20-something?
We are session 18.
Wow, it's pretty close.
And I'm hitting the live.
No, Jeebus, that PC looks really pretty.
We rocking Jeebus, or? Jeebus? Did we lose Jeebus?
No, he's there.
What?
I was asking if we were rocking.
Oh, yeah. I said we're good to go.
Oh, I didn't hear you. Okay.
Maybe you lost me for a second there.
Yep. Welcome back to Sea of Sorrows, everybody. We're on session 18. And last time, the quick rundown was the gang got to see the carnival, which was a show based on an adventure through Barovia and Strahd and a whole bunch of stuff. After some talking to different various people, such as Mir, who is from the Nocturna Carnival in Bell's Harbor, they discovered some things about a certain individual that Kyle is just really, really happy to know is here. And Zamir got to kind of talk to his sister Star, and who's still a little edgy, and kind of got hit with a good stun because Star wasn't gonna go after him with Snowy. So that was it. The end of the show. You guys definitely have some places that you guys could be if you wanted to sleep. If there was any more conversation.
Last time we had a long rest.
The morning before. So I think you guys should, or probably down a little bit. So I think you guys got attacked earlier in the day.
That we did.
Yes, we did, yes. Where's my sheet? Look at that. Look at that handsome man. Zidmore, like, hey, just grab him by the shoulder and shake him. Are you alright?
Yeah, I'm okay. Is that what it's like to get hit by me?
I don't want to find out.
Who was it that I stunning striked? In the crypts.
Oh, was that
Elliot.
Forgot
It was
who
Elliot.
was.
Yes, we can ask Elliot.
We could ask him. I'm okay. Thanks for checking up on me.
Of course, anytime. You won't talk with us, so might as well make it at least somewhat enjoyable, even though don't.
Shall we join the groups?
I should assume so. Hopefully they found us a guide. Where the hell are they?
Alright, shouldn't actually.
Oh, wait, no. I was gonna walk through the center, but Beckham does that again.
Oh, it's milling around. A lot of the locals have left. At this point, people have kind of grouped. They're, the stage hands, the clowns, they're in cleanup mode. That sort of thing.
That was quite the performance.
Definitely a lot more casual compared to what I used to seeing.
It had its entertainments.
So, did you two find us a guide through the swamps?
I
No.
thought that was what you and Zimmar were doing.
Oh, no, we were trying to figure out who the mysterious woman was.
The female-looking Zimmar.
Yes.
Female-looking me, rightfully so.
I do apologize if that was offensive.
No. May have been smacked around because I tried to hit on my sister.
Kyle's like
No,
sipping
it
some
was my
rum and
sister.
immediately spits it out. Like, okay, like, I'm gonna put this way. If you're into that kind of thing, that's fine.
No, I'm not.
I
I didn't
sus-
know.
Yes.
But, I know now.
I suspect he didn't have that knowledge ahead of time. As Ellie's looking at the large creature thing, and he forgot that was one of the performers, but looks up and down, and then looks back to the rest. Right. Who exactly are we looking for to be our guide for the Icar Swamps?
Did you two talk to the two Vistani brothers? Well, we were pointed in their direction for some reason.
Yes, I see that one of them is over there as he points, but I do not think my speaking skills are still that refined enough to bargain. And I'm not sure if they would be beholden to deal with one of my own kind.
and I was kind of busy on something else at the moment, so.
Well, looks like this is where I come in.
Thank you, Declan. As Elliot says that.
As you turn, you hear Van Richten. Zendotha? No. Zendotha? No. Nine. I do not consent. 9? Is he being, like, bear hugged by Zendal?
Why do they keep saying 9? Are they just not afraid of, like, the number 10?
You know,
I thought they were afraid of 7.
No, everyone's afraid of... fuck it, I fucked up the joke.
Ah, see, I said the joke correctly.
in the native tongue, 9 means no.
Oh, I know that.
As you see the weather May Foxgrove sister, the ringleader, kind of turns after talking to good old Van Holtz. And you see, of course, these two rather interesting gentlemen. That one.
Snazzy looking dudes.
Yep.
Dear God, I've gone deaf.
On death.
What happened?
Did you clear out...
Discord hates me tonight for some reason.
I'm sorry.
Declan, did you clear out your audio
you need this-
transmitters?
This is why you need this new computer.
It's on its way.
He needs his new hard drive.
You just knew everything.
This new computer looks very nice. I'm glad that I could help.
Ah, yes, I do apologize. I lost my hearing for quite a moment there. What's the last thing that I said?
We're introduced
about-
to Snazzy.
This is the job for me.
Yes.
Oh, fuck. He walked over and pretty much, when she said the thing about the languages, Declan goes, yes, quite right. I am Declan. These are my friends, and it was an excellent performance by you and your crew.
Oh, yes, we're very practiced in our trades.
I can see. Even some of you can do it plastered.
Yes, he's
a bit of a problem.
Don't worry.
You watch her glare across the freaking, like, whole ring at someone who suddenly you watch suddenly just, like, in the most sobering moment of, like, oh, shit, right.
Declan puts a hand on Kyle's shoulder. Don't worry, we have one of those as well.
Excuse me, I'm sober 90% of the time.
Sure you are.
I am still
So warped
surprised.
that the sober is actually like, you know, intoxicated, and then the not intoxicated is when Elle's drunk.
I'm still surprised
Listen, it's okay,
Mordenkainen
it's okay.
is like this.
Yes, Snowy invited us, but we did have a secondary reason for coming here. I've heard that you and your family give passage through certain areas. Is that correct?
Yeah, actually, that would be our cousins, yeah, as she motions towards the two gentlemen. Ah, yes, that is what we do. We
Good
are...
evening, gentlemen.
Because, the colorful one said you were people interested in traversing the mists. Yes?
Yes, we have major two options, but I believe what we have decided on trying to make our way through the echo swamps. I believe that's what they call the collapsing plain.
Right, that's... Oh, I don't know that. He looks at it. He looks at the other. What do you think? Do you want to do it? I don't really want to do it. What is the other option?
The breach.
What the very flamboyant one that you've been talking to just kind of sits there staring, like his eyes just kind of shoot off to like a different direction. The other one just kind of is just like his features kind of drop a bit, like, oh yeah, no, right.
Unless the two of you know of a faster way to get to our final destination point.
And that would be? The other one stops. You're not headed towards the event, are you?
Yes.
Oh. So yes, you would have to pass through Lord Home. Yes. You see them both kind of, the really flamboyant one kind of touches the other one's shoulder, and they both turn, and you hear them talking in a language that neither of you can really understand. Looking back over their shoulders, you see what must be the Vistani version of rock, paper, scissors.
Can't wait to see the dice.
And you can check. Fine. He kind of turns his back and smiles. So, now we discuss price.
Yes, what is the going rate for?
Let's see, to go through the Ichor swamps. Let's see, that's, we would be entering there. He watches, he kind of pulls out a very interesting item. It's
And-
something between a compass and a scroll as he kind of rolls it out and kind of moves like a little arm across.
And so I would like to let you know that I am a 4-star chef.
Okay, she's okay. I might consider that. Where do you eat?
I don't.
I didn't.
We do.
He kind of looks back at his brother, kind of looks at everybody else in the group. You know, I was pretty sure you are a warforged or a automaton construct. Yes.
Yes, I am forged for war.
Pulls out that shark that he made for me the other day and starts eating more of it.
Like, not even looking at him, just snaps his fingers, prestidigitation to warm it up.
Let's see, we would have to enter there and exit there to get you there. And Oh, that puts us very, very close to the hags. And we would probably have to go through the Hanging Garden, which puts us next to the Swamp Witch. Oh. 3,000 gold?
Can we get a map for?
I want to insight if he's actually bullshitting us.
Go ahead.
15, sadly.
23.
Beckham, he's definitely trying to fuck with you. He didn't beat him that hard though. But yeah, he's definitely jacked up the price of it. A lot.
That seems to be a fair price if we didn't know where you were standing right now and where Snowy is. You're quite a handsome man. I'm sure she would be insistent.
Right, yeah, okay. As you kind of look over and you see
Pretty sure
Lori,
something that we got
the woman standing next to you, the ringleader, is just sitting there with her arms crossed, just somewhere between a smirk and this like expression that says, "Are you being serious right now?" to him. And he looks at her. What? You can't blame me for trying. I didn't know how rich. It is not fair. It is not. I wouldn't do this to you. You know it. I am offended. And we will wait for the Jeebus to rejoin us in a few moments.
Uh-oh. We lost him?
He's going to restart.
Ah.
And the role of Jeebus today will be played by...
Decker will be played by himself, sir.
He can modulate himself, yes.
There we go. So yeah, okay. Yeah, he's like, he's just looking at Lori like, I'm offended by this. Right. Right. So when do you want to leave? And I'm not doing it tonight, just to tell you. Next Thursday might be good for me.
No. We would like to get this done sooner than later. We do want to keep Miss Syndra on her schedule.
Syndra is sitting over there on the side. And you get that look. You don't have to roll. You can just see that look of like schedule.
Elliot will
If
add.
a facial expression, shut up.
Elliot will add to it, like, yes, considering there has been strange developments in Paradon, I don't believe that Syndra would want to get, the captain would want to get herself mixed up in someone else's problems.
He means that woman over there. Was it the scary one?
I don't see other captains around.
Oh, she's not scary. Most of her crew are delightful men. Postmen. And women. Used to live.
That woman... You can see he's just kind of pointing at her. I don't want to offend her, but that woman has done things to the demi-planes here of Dread that other people just find rather offensive to their homeland. Also, she tried to murder one of my cousins by turning him inside out and then back right side in.
You have my condolences.
Oh, he deserved it. Don't get me wrong.
Then I don't see the
But
issues.
that being said, right. So, Well, make sure you bring your boots and get them well greased. You can leave in the morning if you like.
What the fuck is going on?
Oh no.
Did nobody hear my joke?
No, I'm sorry, we heard
What
nothing.
joke?
Damn it. When he said the thing about the his brother inside out, Tecum just said, well, for me, that would take a 10mm socket in a lot of time.
Yeah, everybody would look at you for that one and then think about it and be like, oh, right.
Huh.
But yeah, he would finish up with,
That's the one that everybody loses.
right. Again,
What about a
he
7?
did turn him back right side in. That was the terrifying part.
I see.
Again, he deserved it. But that woman, he's pointing at her, and she's, they're both looking at each other, and Cindra's just kind of got this like smirk, and he's just like, yeah, former liches are terrifyingly horrifying.
If you
And I said lich, not the other one.
What? She's a witch.
Lich.
Yes.
Right.
And a witch. She's a witch lich.
Oh,
Cindra's sitting there thinking about it for a moment. Oh, I do like that. I should have used that.
I'll give you that one for free.
You think I wouldn't just take it from you?
But you're so nice.
I am a pirate, dear.
I'm a butler.
See, you're the nice one. I'm not. I kill people.
I kill people. Especially since I came here.
He
Have you
does have
killed
a...
anyone, Deckham, since we've been here?
He has.
A number of
Oh, yeah.
people. Keckham has
Elliot,
murked people, like, brutally.
No, I'm at the... Oh yeah, he literally murdered a child. Never mind, it's been...
He
Or
al-
his
he-
acid flask.
he also
Murdered a family with a drill.
Elliot adds, yes.
House children with an acid flask. What do you want from me?
Oh my god.
Elliot just simply adds, as far as I've seen, he has a kill count of 3, one of them being a paladin of the Oath of Pain, so I'm sure he well qualifies in killing people.
Alright, so the way this is going to work is tomorrow you're going to meet me at the front gate of the Visoni camp next door. We'll get in my Vargo and wander our way through. Now, technically, because of the way things work, I will get you through the mist, which is the hard part. Understand?
Mm-hmm.
I will be giving you a map. You will follow the map. And if you don't follow the map, then me waiting on the other side for 3 days will mean nothing and I will be gone. Because then I will take you back through the mist to the next place. But I'm not traveling through that. I refuse to. Mostly because we can't.
I am curious if I understand this correctly, but when you mentioned traveling through the mist, would it not be easier to simply bypass the swamp and straight to the location we desire then?
The problem is where you want to go. There are ways to get there directly. Well, shorter technical distance, but considerably farther dangerous. See, it's technically shorter to go through the breach than it is to go through the swamp. But, again, I would have to give you a map and say, meet me on the other side, while I go around the other side that only Vistani can pass through. These are the ways that I can take you, non-family, non-blood, through.
Ah, I see.
I mean, if you want to become family, we could consider it, but I don't think you... Oh, no. He kind of walks up to you, kind of looks you over. looks at Kyle, looks at Samar. I don't know. I mean, he looks back at the other guy. Cullen is into the weirdness. No. Oh, I guess I should introduce myself, shouldn't I? We haven't introduced ourselves.
No, you didn't. That was rather rude, but I wasn't going to say anything.
I was wondering if you were.
You also brought up Snowy, so that in certain circles that would be considered rude too.
Your price was rude.
I like you.
Good.
My name is Vero, and this is my cousin, Darrow.
Darrow and Darrow. Okay.
Darrow gives you a pretty good bow.
Elliot would also respond with a polite bow. Jeebus. What was that crunching?
Must have
Jesus.
arrived.
Yeah, I see. Alright. Elliot gives a polite bow in return. Elliot Ptolemy from the... I suppose you may or may not be familiar with the world of Orath.
Actually, we are. We have a summer home there. Haven't been there in 30 years, but such as things. Mostly because of the turmoil, and as we understood, there's a warlord there that's trying to war over our little grove. Is that what you would call it there? We call it camps.
The only warlord I'm aware of is currently the one called War Duke, who is laying siege in the city of Greyhawk.
Yes, it was outside of that. City of Greyhawk, though, I think part of that was we just didn't like coming back. They were very, very aggressive about, our culture and lifestyle.
I am sadly unaware of much of Greyhawk. I have been living more toward the northern areas of Blackmoor.
Oh, I like the name of that. Should we try a new place? And you just see Darrow just kind of shaking his head like, no.
I would not advise it. It's a bit more barren, and you mentioned not liking hags. I suppose there is a few particularly sanctioned, and as he says sanctioned, there's a little bit of a grit of teeth covens there.
Oh, usually we don't have too many problems with hags. Hag magic is completely useless against us, but that being said, we'd like to, because they technically, you associate with those, people tend to get all weird about it.
Ellie remains silent as he listens in, but...
Well, if you're looking for a new place, Rasport is beautiful this time of year.
Does it still have a dragon problem?
It never really did. It does have an Archmage debacle constantly. Very powerful wizards trying to see who can build the biggest tower.
And does Gravencliff still have its spider infestation? Ugh.
It's less of an infestation, more of an infrastructure now.
I didn't
Beautiful silks.
Oh. They kind of look at each other. I do appreciate a good silk. Well, we will have to try that. And judging from your garb, you're from... I don't remember.
Are you looking at Kyle?
Yes.
Hollow Swag. Not a lot of people heard of it. We generally tend not to get outsiders.
I figured you for a spy type. Mostly because you look like a gambler. I can also hear the dice.
Do enjoy a good gamble, but at the same time, she's kind of like looking off to the distance. These guys are just kind of dressed flamboyantly, right?
She kills people with them.
God damn it.
1 second, guys.
Yep.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
If there's one thing that this party is good at, it is killing people.
Apparently.
Let me see.
I do try to take a diplomatic route most of the time. It's just every time somebody tries to walk up to us in the street, their mouth is sewn shut, or they're crazy, or a vampire, or a monster.
Or
Oh,
they
you're
just-
going to love the Echo Swamps then, because yeah, that seems great.
Yeah, it's just about
Reasons I
everything.
don't know.
What happened to good old-fashioned diplomacy?
I think it went out the window the moment we landed here.
I think the
Yes,
majority
I
of
don't
them
have a
did
check
not
forge
take it.
anymore.
I think the majority of the ones that we encounter just left that lesson elsewhere.
I mean, Sammy was diplomatic for the lie. If that
Yeah, she was fantastic. She was a saint until she wasn't.
Till she wanted
Never
us dead.
was.
She didn't want us dead. She wanted us in pain.
No, I think she wanted to be in pain, and it just reflected onto us.
Right. Yes, that was the thing. Maybe she just liked pain in general. It was weird.
And the suffering of the innocent children.
You talking is Lori. Wait, you're not talking about. You're not talking about the Sister of Pain, are you?
Who's what, where?
Who knows?
Samantha. This-
White hair, glasses.
Wait. You're the ones who killed her?
Her,
Yeah,
her
unfortunately.
two other friends, yes. On the
Oh.
island of Cicero.
I feel like we should
That
put
was
you on the
fast.
board.
Just did that.
There's a board?
Oh, what now?
She kind of looks around to see if there's any outsiders, you know. A lot of people have, like, all of the in the know people have kind of been ushered out. Get rid of some of these who are finally left. And they kind of close the things, and she looks over at Snowy's father. All right, bring out the board. I think we need to add some names since they've taken out somebody we've been hunting. And he watches. He kind of just, he's like, okay, really? And he claps and he kind of wiggles his hand, and you see, kind of coming down on some strings, a significantly large number of chalkboards.
What the fuck?
Are these...
And you see names, and you see one up there that has somehow achieved a gold star, and the name is Snowy, as it says, one Strahd von Zarevich next to it.
My god.
Along with like a bunch of names of what you assume must be hags or something like that by naming conventions, things like that.
Ooh, I want for
But you see people like werewolf, you know, you see like, you start noticing there's like different marks that are used for different things. You see like a stylized V for vampires, stylized W for werewolves.
Elliot kind of leans over to Deckham and says, should we mention about the cross matter then, or no?
Maybe not. Possibly. They were awful people, but I don't know if they've made it to this kind of list yet.
Then looks to Lori.
What is that?
What is...
Cross family?
Oh, right, that's what I mean. Crossman.
Then Elliot looks over to Kyle. I suppose, since you were the one who took the kill or delivered the final blow on Margulla's henchman.
Oh, Virgil? Yeah, he kind of deserved it.
Oh, and what was he?
Were-rat? It was an abomination of something.
He was a very giant were-rat.
Oh, right, the were-dire rats. Those are rarity. Tobias, do we have a mark for were-rats? As you see, some of the
Make a fucking new one?
tabaxis over here. Was it a dire were-rat? Because we don't do normal were-rats.
Apparently?
He was twice the size of me and Deckham.
And also looked like more of an amalgamation akin to a shifter dire were-rat, from what I remember.
No, he went full like half and half, or full hybrid.
Okay, that's what I thought, because he kind of looked like I guess the best case.
But he also looked like he was half undead.
What about an undead dire were-rat?
You know, we'll have to confirm that one. Was there any witnesses?
Points at her knife as it has a
Desperado,
notch in it.
where are you?
He left.
Oh, that's right.
I
they
kind
were
of just
trying-
assumed he would dance in as soon as somebody said his name.
He, senor. Just comes through, like,
Waiting
faces
for the theme
the wall.
music.
Desperado, the shopkeeper, Warforge, and Dragon's Eye.
Also, this knife apparently marks things that I kill. That she, at least with this, that she holds up the fucking unwieldy knife. Oh my god.
Oh no. What's it?
I'm about to get fucking bitch slapped.
Kyle, I said only pull that thing out when you're at least 10 feet from me.
I'm about 10 feet. Of course, it's those fucking two.
Uh-oh.
Oh no. Oh no!
Oh no! Even Elliot's now on
Love
guard.
Fucking finger guns.
Fucking Mordekainen. Why do we all have a fucking crazy wizard in our games?
Yeah, you watch as you pull that out, and like half the people are like talking, and like as soon as like one person you see their eyes go wide, like half the room is like the entire room is staring at you, and half of them are like, "What the fuck?" and the other half are like, "Oh fuck no." And then there's that one Mordekainen who just suddenly stops dancing on his box, and he just runs over and is like,
Shit. Kyle slowly puts it away.
As you try to, you watch as like Mordekainen's down there, just like he's trying to stiff it.
Stop. She's gonna like kick him with her foot.
This is...
I can smell magic on Seasma.
Well, is it that bad?
Except I can't tell what kind of magic.
I fucking knew it.
He's like trying to lick it.
No, stop. No.
I taste transmutation. Wait, that's you. What are you?
She's Kyle.
That's
Mordenkainer.
You watch as his eyeball pops out and like a pearl grows in its place as he stares at you. I see.
In the creepiest way.
And then his other eye pops out as another pearl, as a black one pops in. He's just sitting there holding his eyes like on his chest as they're also staring at you.
As Elliot's looking at all this...
I see.
As
I
Elliot...
see a lot of transmutation. Why are you... Oh, and you're... Oh. I'm
Elliot's,
sorry.
Elliot sees
You know you're
all
sterile,
this.
right?
no, you're what? Sorry.
You know you're sterile as a hybrid. Sorry. That's probably bad things too.
I didn't care, but thank you.
Wait, maybe you're not. I'm not sure.
Again, thank you.
Nice.
No, get the fuck away from me, you creepy ass old man. I already had to do
I
this.
am Mordenkainen.
Show him the knife!
No.
I will not be denied.
What is it with fucking old creepy men wizards doing dumb, weird shit? First it's the fucking guy that owns a bread company, now this bullshit.
Mostly, we're bored. When you will have the power to shape the universe and everything in creation to your whim, we are the man who saved me.
Shut the fuck up.
Is this
You do
really,
not speak of the people in the forest.
That's words to me!
is this really one of the 8 mages?
I don't...
And what do you want, St. Cuthbert's bitch? I once slapped King Cuthbert up the face with a herring.
Kyle's just gonna hold out
It's
the knife.
I clenched it with my butt cheeks when I did it.
Alright, crazy man. If
You know
think you know what this thing does, you can look at it as she'll hold it out.
Good.
She'll kind of pull it back out.
Kyle and Zimar, since they're closest, they can actually see that Ellie is bristling right now a little bit.
As you're gonna pull out the knife, Kyle, you realize it's not there.
What the fuck? Oh. Well, that's good. It's
Where's
gone.
the knife? Where is it? I smelled you with mine eyes.
Deckham Deckham's gonna look if he's been stabbed.
Has he?
I'm gonna just hide behind Deckham.
Why do you think I stepped back?
I roll a
Hiding behind Lordy.
find notes where it went. Please tell me it didn't cut a hole through my fucking... 17. Forgot how good my passive is.
You literally, watch him crawl under people. He climbs over Elliot.
What the fuck
Hold
is
on.
so weird about this knife that everyone's going nuts
And then he
over?
just kind of runs out the backside of the tent.
Okay, he keeps his composure, but you can actually Kyle and Zimar can definitely see it, but there is a gritted teeth of Elliot. Then he just simply says again, of all my knowledge knowing of the 8 powerful mages back at home, I did not expect Mordenkainen to be it.
Crazy
That.
Fruit Loop. A few other words I could probably say.
Yes, those, and just very disillusioned.
Sindra steps forward. When I first met him, he had erased his own brain.
Why?
Because he got in a fight with Strahd, who cast a spell on him. He tried to cast a spell, he had a counter reflected back. He erased his own brain, fell down a waterfall, came back, was only able to cast, well, his own mansion, which I think was permanent by that stage. And he was completely insane, because he couldn't remember who he was or what he was supposed to be doing. And explicitly, I believe he said he lost his keys. He never had it. Please understand that apparently he was still sane after he went to the plane of Avernus and stared at some kind of obelisk for about 300 years.
Wait,
Where-
what?
Yes,
So
that
this-
man is insane for a wizard. Please don't. We haven't been decorium of being eccentric. Please understand that, you know.
I'm
But-
just more confused
He
of the
just
times.
takes the cake, but on the same manner, that man could render reality entirely away.
I suppose, though, as this is just only a little bit of Elliot's background and timey-wimey crap. Elliot kind of blinks for a moment, then says, the last I heard of Mordenkainen, he simply went missing, or last spotted in a place called the City of God or something in Blackmoor, about a decade ago?
Well, that's the question. Was it the Mordenkainen you know now, or the Mordenkainen you knew then? There is a chance that he somehow got into some situation, time traveled back multiple thousands of years, then forward, then ended up in the Nine Hells, and then ended up in Barovia, trying to create a revolution.
I can follow Mordenkainen, by the way.
You just
Yeah.
see steam
You want
coming
me, like,
out.
roll me a perception, Deckham. Just real quick.
I'm terrified.
And Elliot, go ahead.
That knife is loose. Eight.
Yeah, you lost him for about 5 seconds, and then you hear him on top of the tent, just sniffing, and then he starts howling like a wolf, and you hear somebody come out of the tent. God damn it! Get down! I'm looking for something. Have you seen my keys?
Oh my god. I'm gonna try something, Moogle, real quick.
Actually, roll
Have
me
you
a
tried
perception.
locate object?
Hold on. I don't... Is it perception? Okay, give me a minute. I
There
don't
we
have
go.
that spell, Gibus. I'm not a...
El-
Weezer.
Elliot's just pitching his nose.
15.
I'm not powerful enough to cast that spell yet.
The knife is there.
Yeah.
Yeah, the knife's back where it was.
Huh. Alright then. Maybe it just doesn't like crazy people.
Or perhaps it doesn't like Mordenkainen in Pacific manner.
Deckham, you hear, I did! I cast it with my right testicle! The second one. It tells me where to go.
Right, first off, that's disgusting. You two in public?
I'm not wearing pants!
I can tell, sir!
As
Well, that's all going
Behold
on.
the glory of our...
do we all
Oh
hear
my
this?
God.
I have a question, but do we all hear this?
I'm assuming, yeah, because he's a fucking nut job
Yeah.
and yelling.
Yeah.
He's on top of the tent.
Yeah.
Elliot will just add while talking to Syndra. I see what you mean by the manipulation of time, but
Why are you wearing a garter belt?
It makes me feel sexy. It's when I keep my wands! Because he just suddenly, like, out of nowhere, just has like 100 wands pouring in his hands.
Elliot pinches the bridge of his nose. If Greybeard heard this, he'd probably be laughing his ass off till he has a heart attack, maybe.
Moogle, I want to try something then while that's all going down. So I haven't tried a stupid thing yet in a while.
Oh no!
I just
Jason, you're back.
Oh, there you are.
Jason, can you hear us?
yes, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah.
Considering the
I don't know if you said anything in a while, but it has been silent on your end.
considering the weirdness of the knife, Moogle, I
Mhm.
want to try to where's the ability that I have? I want to try this with the knife. See if I get anything.
No.
Okay, good. That doesn't really cost me anything anyway, so that's fine.
Yeah, you don't hear, as far as you can tell,
Okay.
other than the physiological effects of it,
Yeah.
and the fact that it's been sharpened and cleaned up a little bit, and that there's the 2 notches, you can't tell if this is different than any normal knife or not.
Outside of, it just disappearing randomly, but that's...
Did she find it again?
Yeah,
Yeah, it was-
My Discord was messing up, so.
I will put it this way, though. You had a weird feeling like you went for the wrong pocket when you went to grab it, but it's like a weird fleeting thought.
Okay.
Like, oh wait, it was right here in this pocket the whole time. I don't... What?
This is just Jack the Ripper's knife. I'm just gonna stab someone with it. What's waiting? Anyway. Well,
Mr. Kynan!
isn't it Mr. Mori? Kynan was his father.
Yes.
I have a question for you that I believe you might be able to.
And I may have the answers of the universe at my whim.
Alright, I'm just going to say 2 words and just say whatever comes to mind. You ready? Make a game out of it.
You said 2 words.
The prototype.
I left the tea on. And he just runs off.
That's a danger to yourself and your home.
I made it fireproof for a reason.
Made fireproof tea? Or a house?
Yes.
Sounds like a fucking crazed Fruit Loop wizard.
Well, that didn't work. Try to go in, realize there's no door on this side of the tent.
As he's running off, you
What the
can
hell?
hear in the background.
Actually, there is a door.
Okay.
It's a flap, but yeah.
I was just making a Mordecai fucking crazy.
No, you actually, if you watch Mordenkainen though, he literally just runs smack into a freaking like wall that shouldn't be there, and he just keeps going.
Yeah, that's kind of what I figured.
Don't you love the crazy people?
You know, I would follow him. I don't
I would
believe that
apologize for this. Laurie steps forward. It appears that he decided to celebrate the magical shrooms that he grows in his beard.
How am I not surprised that he's also on drugs?
I am.
If you had seen some of the things he talks about in his nightmares, he do drugs. And I hunt monsters for a living. All of us do, except for those 2. They're not.
Well, considering what I know of, at least the Mordenkainer of Olrath, at least from my history and his exploits, I am quite disillusioned at this moment.
He had 7 testicles.
Why? Do we need to know that?
I had to look. You get to know.
No, that's not how that works.
That
Too late. It already happened.
I will put it this way. Like the captain, well, except you're under certain rules and he's just insane, that man is a very valuable asset, considering. Much like the young
It was very toned.
Duskhaven.
Why do you keep going on about that information, Deca?
It's stuck in my memory bank. I can't get rid of it. I think it casts a spell on me.
he is
No,
one.
you would know that. Wait, did you see the garter belt?
I did.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's a lot of wands.
John, do you have the potion?
The Mordenkainer erased her potion.
I mean, granted, he was part of the Circle of 8, so seeing him act
Well,
like
there's
this
definitely more than 8.
Wait, he's Warforged. How am I supposed to give him potion of not
I can
seeing
ingest
what
a
I
potion.
saw?
It's of magical nature, correct?
Yes.
Oh, you get to see something cool. And Deca's face just opens and he pours it like onto the crystal. I should have asked what this did first.
You suddenly realize that the last minute and a half is now just gone?
Where'd the knife go?
I have it, don't worry about it.
Oh, thank God.
It's good, Jesus.
Should we-
It's good.
Should we be worried about the Circle of 8 at all?
No,
Elliot.
the Circle of 8 were powerful mages and, or at least, were of my...
You're not even on Earth anymore, kids.
Yes, that's the...
I've never
Oh,
been
good.
there.
Oh, good. Then I don't have to explain everything.
I am the only one that's from Orth, so...
Did you know we actually started producing brochures for people?
Brochures to a different... Never mind.
No, about when you arrive here. You know, every now and then we tend to run into adventuring groups of people. wondering about the domains because now they're stuck here. So it's like, after a while, we just started making a brochure about it instead of having to memorize a 20-minute spiel.
You would think the Vistani.
Oh, Callisti talked for hours.
I'm glad I haven't really. Well, I did.
My own
Well
head's
educated.
starting to hurt trying to process all this.
That's why I drink and just pretend to answer. I know everything and just nod approvingly as she starts
He
drinking
looks-
more of her rum.
He looks over to Syndra because he understands she's probably the only other powerful mage here around. I don't suppose the other members of the Eight are here.
As far as I know, let's see. There'd be Vecna. I don't think Vecna was from Yolwood, was he?
He was the one that attempted to kill the Eight at one point, if I remember correctly.
Okay, so there's Vecna, otherwise known as Stumpy.
Oh, he's
He
a
was-
Stumpy.
glove brand in my world.
I hate you.
They only
But
sell the right ones.
the ones at least I know from my Orath, I believe, at least the Eight, was Mordenkainen, Big B. Pauses to really think about it, and I'm just gonna roll this, so it's Ellie
Wait,
this.
Bigby, the manicure company?
There's a
Yeah, it's called Bigby's Hands.
I'm going to assume Maximilian might be one.
oh well. He goes with if I remember correctly, the others were.
Tasha.
He pauses because Tasha was.
Indra's sitting there looking at you. Go ahead and roll it inside if you'd like.
Oh, for Elliot, okay.
Uh,
You can tell she's waiting for you to remember them all.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Google Docs the 8.
Oh no! Again, this player.
Declan's just naming powerful spellcasters that he has spells from.
Yeah, no.
Yes, you remember
I just like-
Mordenkainen, Bigby, Bucknard, Dramage, Diamond,
Bucknard?
Distal, Otto, Prairie,
Okay, Otto
Olatu,
makes sense.
Tensor.
Yeah, the
What,
ones I
Otto?
remember off the
Or
top of my
Resistible
head
Dance?
was Mordenkainen, Big B, Otis, Cetrin. I think there was Tensor. As a player, I don't remember the other three because I know Tasha was recruited later, and Vecna tried to kill the 8. Actually, no, he did kill the 8 at one point, but
Technically, you had Mordenkainen was the founder.
yes.
You had, which was from the Citadel of the Eight. You had Bigby, Bucknard, Dramage, Leomund, Nistel, Otto, Rary. Leomund was replaced by Tensor. Olatuk joined in. There's
Well,
Jalarzi.
You
It
say
seems like a
8.
lot more than 8.
Because some
Yeah,
of the
you sure
some of
there
the
was only
some
8?
so player speaking, not Elliot, but there are 8. The thing is that some of them get replaced or
Yeah.
they retired or
I
changed.
kind of figured it was like a revolving door kind of thing.
But
like,
Mordenkainen is the founder, and Elliot would know who Mordenkainen is because he was a big name.
Because
Along
yeah,
with
you
Big-
know that the three that got the newest three would be Warren Starcoat, Alhemerazid the Wise, and Theoden Iriasen.
Yes. But as player, I don't remember every single member of them. I only remember the founders and the ones who freaking had their names in the spells. But
and the ones that like make the books.
yeah. So
Yeah.
Elliot, this is the ones off of what he knows in his current history. Pauses to really think about it, is like, I still don't understand how is it that the founder kind of looks over the direction where Mordenkainen ran off, still ended up like that. And you said 300 years. The last I heard of him was a decade ago.
Oh, time is weird here. You haven't figured that out yet?
Also, if I'm not understanding, he might have gotten cursed by a god because of where he was and sent back in time to atone. And Instead, he just ended up doing drugs and going to the Hells, Druid Pact, and who knows. I'm just going to say, I mean, normally he's very open for conversation. That was some very powerful mushrooms, if that's what he's truly taking. But he does have yes, he does wear the gauntlet. Right?
I see.
Certain eccentricities just continue. Like me in stabbing people. You'd think that being able to turn someone inside out, or literally have them being dissected by a piece of glass for 3 hours or more, would be enough. Right now, it's do you understand, right? The whole, when you really stab into someone and it's personal.
I just like the ring, and he takes out the shovel.
Kyle just immediately, just without hesitation, is like, yeah.
Exactly. So, we all have our traits. I mean, I used to be undead, so there's some, twistedness to that.
Tech was just doing his best not to look at Cinder's waist.
Well,
Do I?
wait, what?
Cinder's just kind of like looking at it like Deccan, like what?
No, sorry, no. It's all wizards, so just him.
Please tell me she has a garter belt.
No, she's wearing fine velvet and leather pants.
You can't
That should-
tell.
Yeah.
Do I have a full image?
I think it's more so Deckham just being wary, considering what he just saw.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you forgot about that entirely.
Oh, right, yeah, I would have brought that up at all then. Forgot.
So did Deckham.
Thank you. Well,
Well, that being said, I mean, you guys should probably, oh, right. We didn't discuss how to get that back, did we?
no, not at all.
Right, so, when you do find the engine, was it discussed, did the cat tell you about what to do with it?
No.
Possibly.
No.
Could use a
She-
refresher.
Kind of walks over. If she calculated and was talking to your beau, or however you say that, on my world we call him girlfriend.
What?
Needless to say, it should be about the size to fit inside of, she kind of just, with the back of her knuckles taps your chest. Though I would suggest not attaching to it unless absolutely necessary.
I'm going to avoid non-proprietary technologies.
My understanding is it came from your world too, possibly. Or one that... What was his name?
Goblin tech.
Oh
I
my
don't
God.
know. I hope not.
As long as it's not
Gretch? Gretch.
Oh
doesn't
my
sound-
God.
Gretchen? Gretchen. that sounds
Gretchen.
right. Maybe it's Gretch.
Deckham, should we be worried?
You know. Me, if it's going to be near me, probably. Especially if Master Inventor Gretch made it.
Callisti said it would be completely safe.
Yes.
I'm safe.
For non-metallic beings, probably. For
Well, so if you didn't activate it.
exactly. And it's all working correctly, and somebody knows how to fix goblin tech.
If it's scrying on it, said it's perfectly fine. Inactive. But fine.
Oh, thank the gods. Oh.
Either way.
Well, if it's that airship, I'm not sure how it made it here, but I'm sure I'll be able to notice it when I see it.
No. Remember, it's a gnomish side wheel. The Inquenchable. If there is an airship there, that could be terrifying.
I think he's just saying that Bretchel built some technology that's on it.
No. Decim knows the ship's got a name, but I'd have to look it up.
Yeah, I suppose I was understand. It was a gnomish side wheel, and after listening to you talk to Desperado, it sounds like there should be an element spelljammer there next to it, potentially.
These gnomish side wheelers you just said.
Well, from Earth, right?
Yes.
My understanding was that it was built earlier. The current incarnation was started on Earth after a crash. Apparently gnomes on your world are similar to goblins on everyone else's.
Unfortunately, despite my near 80 years of life, I rarely, in fact, I've only met 2 gnomes in that expanse, and I am sadly uninformed of what you are talking about. I had heard of some things of it, but I was not academically inclined to learn their stuff.
Right. I don't know shit about them either, to be honest. Anyway, you should all get ready or something. I don't know. Kara looks at the Vistani. Right, Vera, I think they were tomorrow? Well, I don't. Lori, about that werewolf skull we were talking about.
I've been muted.
Alas.
Voro, if I could have you for a minute, is there anything that you recommend we stock up on for our trek through a storm?
You have long rubber boots? Or at least grease your leather ones very well. Like, I don't know, 5 or 6 geese worth? Or like 2 ducks?
Decim looks down at his metal feet. I'm going to rust.
Oh, that would be the least of your problems, sir. Let's see, is there any weird allergies to, slimes? Or aberrations?
No?
Not that I'm aware of.
Not unless there's specifically...
Acid does hell on my joints.
Not unless there's specifically weird sea slug creatures, I think I'll be fine.
There could be, I have no idea.
The swamp? Why the fuck would there be sea slugs?
I'm
Water?
starting... Elliot looks over to Kyle. Considering the weird stuff that we've been encountering in this...
How big are these slugs? That's what I thought.
I mean... I know at one time we were on a planet, or a place where the sea lice were the size of shrimp. The big ones, what do they call those? The jumbos? They're like tiny lobsters with sassafras. Snappity snap.
I swear
Crawfish, that's what they're.
Oh.
And crawfish are not smaller than jumbos.
I was gonna say crayfish, but just to annoy people.
Oh no, he was saying the sea lice were that big.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh gods.
Yeah. I caught that. I was like, well, we're never going there.
How many, you suspect a 3-day travel through the swamp, then? From what you said earlier?
I will be waiting on the other side for you for 3 days. I will get there in about 2. So you have 5 days to get through.
5 days total. All right.
The fastest I've seen it run was 4, so
Oh,
I'm giving you an extra day.
I mean, I'm not even gonna say it.
You're going to ask what the worst thing possible is?
Yeah.
Well, it depends on how you handle hags, or if you sell something, or get tangled in that, or the hanging gardens get you, or and you know, we really need to stop having romantic names for these things.
Hanging Gardens does not seem romantic.
I mean, I knew of a hanging gardens that was pretty alright.
The hanging gardens of Waterdeep, extremely romantic. Water, fountains,
Water.
multiple plants, and amazing.
City underwater.
Sounds
No,
like it.
it
Sounds
is
pretty cool.
It is a port city that I believe was how many? It depends on the census of that year, somewhere between 2 to 7 million people.
That's just big as Hecaratus.
Yeah.
I mean, the only hanging gardens I know was one on an air city that was basically... How tall was it again? She's kind of like doing mental math. About... like 3,000 feet up in the air.
All right, we have a postcard from there.
Yeah, it's really nice until you notice the glass bridge where people fall off to their death.
Ah, just like the floating lake Zorl.
The what?
What, you don't have floating lakes?
No. No,
I was also confused.
I think most
Heard
of
like poutine
lot of-
leg sore,
a
and I
lot-
was like, what?
poutine.
A lot of
Yeah.
people blame the Duskhavens for it floating. They think it's a rogue magic thing, but I believe it's been there since Gehenna fell.
What the hell's a Gehenna?
That sounds like a realm of the evil, as far as I can tell.
Well, actually, it was a heaven plane that blew up and fell
That
into
is
the
so
planet.
much better.
Great
There was
Land
one
portal.
where Gehenna is literally the god of the end. That's why I was very confused, because I had not heard about that on Jadorba.
Really? Oh, that's where all the rifts came from, yes. Every rift on Jordova is a piece of Gehenna that fell.
Oh no, we were talking about the death god of Gehenna, which is a
What?
floating planet of death in a different world.
Meanwhile, Jeebus is like, welp.
No, Jeebus, no.
Okay.
Why do you think the planet is filled with wild magic? Shit's not great.
I mean, at least yours was ripped by a god. Half of our ethereal plane was just ripped by a fat ass.
It was actually a
dwarf.
war between goblins and... Or, not goblins and orcs. It was between... The hobgoblins and orcs. They lived on the other moons.
Sorry, go ahead.
Are you talking about Delinor Cloudcatcher?
Yeah. He ripped, like, a shit ton of holes through the ethereal. Just
Vero, who's been very, very quiet, like steps forward.
Oh no!
Please speak with respect of that man and his shine.
No, he
In our
fucking
presence.
He paid me one time and I refuse. You just see like this annoyance on her face.
I do not care. You will respect that man and his shine in this house. Rather, we're not in their house.
Yeah, I was
in our
gonna say
house.
we're in a tent. God damn it.
He just like turns and like, goes back.
I am most confused, but I see
Just-
that
It was a moonshiner dwarf that could just do weird shit. It's the best way to put it.
That man makes even Mordekainen as a wizard look like a worm compared to his shine.
at this,
He knows no magic.
Elliot actually looks somewhat impressed. Interesting.
I feel like
He's
I'm
not as-
Polish now.
He's not as good as he's saying, sadly. As someone that actually actively worked with him.
As for
see.
dwarves, moonshine could lay an entire village of dwarves on their ass.
Right.
One jar.
Good thing I am not an alcoholic, but
I need to create my crafting check and bring it here.
The fear that was just put in my heart.
But Elliot just then adds, it seems that many things that we know from our worlds and things that have been done in some connection to this mismatch of, I guess, worlds put into one. Knowledge seems to be not only key, but can also be outdated. These hanging gardens, what's the worst thing we can encounter there? Or is it the fact that these gardens actually attempt to hang us?
Right. Also, who's heard of Brazil? I have coffee from there. I don't know how good it is.
Brazil.
I am sorry, the only thing that comes to mind is something close to a bronze dragon.
I believe it's a place. I mean, I bought it from that, that gentleman that we met in
Yes.
this city last time we were here.
Wait. Yes, I have heard of Brazil. Second of all, yes, the coffee is good. But what gentleman did you buy it from?
I totally remember his name. He was, invisible to most others. Very odd dress.
Barnaby Jones?
Yeah, Mr. Jones, yes.
You should be very wary of that man. And his wares.
But he had such a fine mustache.
I bet he stole that mustache from him. Know this. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I have this. Beware that what you probably bought from him, except for the coffee, probably, was probably taken from dead adventurers like yourselves. I mean, I'm not saying that our people don't do the same thing and trade and such. You know, you find a dead body on the side of the road that's been eaten by a pack of werewolves. You don't steal the silver out of their teeth. But that man is bad juju.
So he is a practitioner of voodoo magic then.
No. Well, Cam turns and looks at him, looks at Glory, looks at him, looks at Vandahal, looks at Syndra, looks at Van Richten, looks at Van Holtz.
God.
He might.
Right, I think we're straying off topic, but I do wonder,
I
what
know
is
that he was big in the skill, or the art of, what was it, snake oil sales.
So he handles you on tea parts.
Ew. And you hear somebody in the background, what? Fucking what? Lori, not? No. As you see, the snake charmer woman, sticking her head through the tent.
The fuck you say?
There's 15 snakes hanging off of her.
Is Banana feeling better?
I hate you.
Yes. Right? You look down and you see her, Banana slip out from under there and look at her and, shake its head and then go back in. Yes, he's doing much better.
Returning on
Get a
topic,
tick.
what exactly should we be wary of these hanging gardens?
Well, they might try to hang you because...
Oh, I'm guessing stranglevines.
If stranglevines are a type of undead abomination.
No, they're sentient plants. Well, again, the Dust Cavens use them in the Unbrand Forest all the time for intruders.
Shall I roll a
Usually
religion?
magically enhanced.
Oh. Oh, right, like the ones over the back. Yes, okay, yes. We understand those, yes, yes. No, these are what did you term them as, Lori? She did certain things for a moment. Oh, right, the Hangman's Noose.
I don't breathe.
You'll understand when you see them. Besides that, the Swamp Head Witch and the hags that are picking the bodies. My understanding from our cousins who went through there, you might be very wary of. Well, they're not technically undead, but they are. You'll understand when you get there. Just
Are they
try to
actively
remember
hostile?
that these are the remains of a domain that has finally succumbed to its own darkness and is going somewhere, sinking. Just remember that, would you?
We've experienced this once before. We killed it. I don't want to call her a Dark Lord. We were able to kill him in our early stages, so dark being in her
A
mansion.
champion.
Just kind of imploded after we left.
Yes, that is a small one. This one is, well, a large swath of land, so you'll have to be more careful about it.
Careful is my middle name if I had one.
You could, you know.
What? No,
Have a little bit.
I don't have an actual name. A designation, that's it.
Right, I'm going to head to Dragon's Eye to see if we can buy some of the general shop items if they have any available.
Yes, we need rations.
I mean, you're welcome to. It is the middle of the night.
What about that
Imperial.
fluffy cat over there? Knowing him, I'm sure he's willing to sell it any time of the day. I look at Zinmar. Is it bad to call you people cats?
Oh, it's
I
fine.
should. Making lots of mistakes.
Not like it's a slur. It's kind of like some people like it, some people don't. Kind of like being called ma'am. People want to be called ma'am, some people don't. But, I'd get his name.
I kind of understand.
I know, a gentleman as yourself would find it very strange for somebody to not be proper to them.
I suppose using demeaning terms like kitten and kitty would be
Kitty's don't use that one.
Yeah, please
I
don't.
suspect.
Isn't that what
Notice Kyle just.
the... As I was going to say,
As I'm
I
coming to
suspect
find out, that's a little bit of a sibling rivalry I never knew I had in me.
I see.
Oh, she won tonight.
It's all from the background. Like, what the fuck? Oh, he's great. That was actually really well timed.
Oh, Mrs. Free For All has the best timing.
She's just very snarky.
What?
I said your hair looks nice.
You didn't? Now you're a wire. Okay, we have a conversation. Not curvy, but it's horrible.
I would get his name if you can.
Whose name do you want to know?
Is it a merchant? I think the big cat's merchant.
Yeah, he sells general supplies. I just, again, forgot his name after 4 weeks.
Oh,
It's okay, so did the DM. Good! Fantastic! I'm so sorry to interrupt, sir.
Why, hello, yes.
Oh, you didn't forget the voice. I was wondering if you're open, could open your shop just for a bit. I need to peruse some, I need to find some fine food that will survive a swamp for the next few days.
Oh, yes, I do have that. Come. We shall open.
Dream
His
has
name
been
is
frozen
Forrest
for quite
Lee.
some time. Give me a second so I can refresh my Firefox. It's going great for you. I may have made a mistake.
Uh-oh.
Go on.
Well, I closed Roll20 and now I'm opening it and it's loading for a very long time.
Oh no.
The potato got baked.
Well, hopefully the firmware update on my router goes through tonight and
What router do you have?
I think he disconnected right when he said that.
Oh,
That
no.
was timed so poorly.
The router. That was it. Oh, man.
That
Oh,
was
I have
great.
At least now we know which one he stopped on.
True.
Listen, I am an internet boy. I need to help you, Jeebus. Please come back.
Phoebus, come back.
He's coming back.
is Dad still here?
Yes.
Oh.
Your last word was router.
You literally cut off right before you said you were getting a new
What kind of
router.
router do you have?
It's a Linksys WRT32.
The one that has the 4
Big ass
prongs?
antennas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have the
WRT32X.
You have the Linksys app, or how did you set it? How did you set it up? Or are you just using the default stuff?
I was just using the default stuff.
I think Linksys has an app if you want to try to force the update.
If I force the update, my internet's gonna shut down for a while, so.
Right, that model does do that. A lot of the Netgear ones, you can still use it while it's updating.
To be honest, I was thinking about getting a new one. This one is
don't
a
get a
couple
new
years old.
router. This goes for everybody in this party. The single best thing that you can do to improve your Wi-Fi and internet is getting a mesh system. Don't get a router, get a mesh system.
Well, I was thinking about that. I looked it up. They're not good for like low latency gaming.
What,
absolutely
develops?
Just any
Develop
mesh network.
systems are really good.
Hero, Google has one.
I do like
And
Google
so,
one.
so how does this is a little bit more technical. So to your modem, is it a coax cable, or is it an Ethernet cable, or is it a phone cable?
Ethernet.
So in that case, getting a mesh network would be essentially the same as so Eros are made by Amazon. Those are some of the best ones that you can get. Have Ethernet ports in the back of them. You get like 2 hubs. One connects to your modem. The other one is like a Wi-Fi booster. Is also part of the other mesh network.
Oh, I mean, when I worked at Best Buy, mesh networks were just coming out, so I know a lot about them. But I mean, when I was looking it up, they still say that.
So the newer ones, the newer mesh.
We can talk
network
about this later.
systems- Yes, true. Sorry.
Yeah, okay, just to clarify, an IP6 like a Velop is perfectly fine, you're fine. They're great. I've used them for gaming.
Great. I'll look them up.
Alright. So,
We won't have a giant
Decum,
ass cord going through our entire house, and Harley will be happy.
the other option is just to get a powerful router. Decum, the chef that leads you off, He can help stock you up with supplies. Not a problem.
Great. I mean, I will. I know it's a waste of money, but Declan will pay extra money for very good ration food, quote unquote.
He, at this point, like, has been kind of listening and is just perfectly fine giving you, like, food. Some of it's leftovers from the day, but a lot of it is, too, is, like, you watch as he's putting it in containers that have just very minimal stuff. Metal containers, stuff like that, that's going to hold and store it pretty well.
Great.
I just look over to Kyle and Zamar and just ask, considering that we'll be going through these swamps, I don't suppose you two would be uncomfortable wearing boots, or are you guys simply go as you are?
I've other shit before without it.
I
so-
don't know, like, as a player, does that break my armor bonus? My armor bonus?
I'm assuming it's going to be difficult.
I guess it's like clothing.
Yeah, it's
Like,
not.
because-
They're. I mean, you could wear pants. You could wear shoes.
That's what you think. I've been naked this whole time.
Yeah, you're actually naked under your clothes. the
So
whole
am I.
Yeah. No, I wouldn't mind wearing boots.
Don't really prefer it. I'll get a pair, and if I start walking and my feet feel like absolute shit in the first couple seconds, then I'll probably throw them on.
Right, I'm going to look for the one that can possibly fit us with some walking boots in the swamps.
Yeah, don't worry about that, Jeebus.
Okay. I mean, yeah. I just wanted to ask.
Which
I mean,
one?
unless you want me to start doing the whole, counting arrows and stuff. I can't.
Totally up to you. Food's on those like weird scales.
I like to do the hardcore encumbrance rules, where it's Resident Evil. You're going to give images, and you have to put it in.
Dude, I can't.
Tetris style.
What's that saying?
If I put it in and make a Tetris block, does that just delete all my items then too? If I
No, it just gives you a 10% reduction overall.
oh my god.
So, which were the ones again that handled equipment and gear?
Yeah, boy, there.
Right.
Oh, him too.
Okay.
Oh. We go in between and simply ask, pardon me, gentlemen, but which one of you would be able to outfit me? And he points to the direction of Kyle, Zamar, and to Declan, outfit us with footwear that can help us traverse the Icar swamp.
I don't need boots. I am boots.
As you watch, like, one of them is, like, a lot more happy, and then he's less happy, then he's happy again, he's less happy. They're both kind of, like, bouncing back and forth. And here I thought you would dress like a gent. Anyway. Right, so, you need gear for the swamps. Let me think,
For 3, it seems that our fourth companion is confident in his constitution.
Yeah, I could find you some boots, probably. Have them ready for you in the morning? What size are you, anyway?
I'm just gonna roll this for a joke.
About a 3.5 in male.
Size 7.
Does he have Fetty size 17 dress shoes?
Oh my god. Wait, why are
You watch the very, the guy who was selling novelty knockoffs and extremely magical stuff, and suddenly perks up. I might.
Looks over at the skis that he has on his wall.
Oh my god.
Well, yes, we do need them by tomorrow morning.
Alright, I will, I'll check our stock.
Elliot will look over to Kyle and Zamar. for you to come along with so you can have your foot measured in case the footwear will not agree with you.
As long as they don't have a weird foot fetish, sure.
Oh no, I don't. He does.
I'll remember that so I don't get anywhere.
You see this guy who's sitting there with his shirt open, he just kind of, his eyebrow wiggles like,
I'm gonna fucking
very serious expression, but as soon as he points over and says he does, it's like, you look over and there's just like, just the slightest hint of a smile and an eyebrow wiggle like,
Dad, no. I have something funny to tell you about that token later.
Alright. So, is there any, like, other things anybody wants to cover for the night?
Probably,
I think we're good.
Are we
probably give
gonna
myself
get
another
a
5
sleeping
javelins.
situation, or are we just gonna lay on the ground?
You guys have actual Vargos and stuff to stay in.
Yeah, that was whatever last week that we have.
I will state this, eventually Snowy does come back. He looks to be just wearing some nightwear. She sees you, Zamar. So, I appear to have broken your sister? Are you up still, or
Oh my god.
Am I up still? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
As much as I would love to. I have a long day tomorrow, and I should probably get some rest.
I am disappointed, but I understand.
I was gonna roll this for Elliot. Forgive me. Hold on. Elliot's gonna. If Elliot's within earshot of this or something, he'll just shout out, "Live a little."
Holy shite. What's the
How about
chastity
you?
of that out?
Hey!
I've already taken my vows as it is, so.
And I'm sorry, but we've already discussed this. It's the she points at her teeth, you know.
No.
It's kind of weird when I hunt vampires to, you know,
No.
with a half vampire.
No. I am
Tell
bypassing.
them both, live a little!
Yeah,
So
no,
last time I was in there naked vampires, there was a lot of problems. All right.
I'm just
can't
gonna
understand.
take a nap and let you two have fun. As Kyle's just like slowly closing her door. Or
I'm
whatever
gonna
the hell.
get the supplies. Just immediately walks back.
You hear from the background, "Damn it, Catwoman, go to sleep! You're annoying all of us." Especially me. As you look up on top of a building and standing
no.
there like a weather vane, you see Mordekainen.
He's using one of his wands from his garter belt to point out the fucking north, south, east, and west, and it keeps spinning.
Mr.
much.
Cannon, I first brewed a pot of black tea if you want any.
I will take
Black
black
tea.
tea.
You have oil? Sweet
Yes.
black gold.
Wait, what? I mean, yes, I have that.
Viva gasoline. Make the thing warm, machine goes.
I actually run off propane.
So do you have any propane accessories on hand?
No.
Ryder! Ryder, wake the fuck up! They have gasoline.
Get the fuck
Go
out of my
the
head.
fuck to sleep, Mordekainen.
I love. Wait, he's fucking torturing the rider. Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
I swear to God, old man, if you come near my tent again, I'm going to fucking send more golems at you.
Make sure you send the amber ones if you want to try anything, boy.
I'm going to fucking kill this man. And you just watch.
Better man and lesser than you have tried.
I'm not even a man anymore at this point.
I can fix that.
I'm going to die in this fucking tent.
Is that what the gasoline is for?
I don't know. What is this gasoline exactly?
It's how I cast my fire spells.
Explosive propellant.
I see. Right, I'm just gonna buy a couple more javelins and supplies.
The wind coming up.
Elliot, if you have some time later and before you go to bed, just come and find me. I'd like to have a small conversation with you.
Very well. As he kind of just talks to the two catmen of, alright, this is their supplies that we're going to need. I need 5 extra javelins.
You'll have enough boots for you.
Great. I will pick them up first thing in the morning.
If you need anything else, just write it up for me.
Will do. Actually, yeah, I'll start writing down some of his go-to supply things. I'll make a list.
And I'll tell you what was available.
Roger that.
Just so we can get on to the...
Yeah. I'll just start doing the RP. Okay, so... Ellie goes over to Deckham. Alright, what was exactly needed? Or...
I'm guessing this is like later at night, right? Everything's kind of winded down, and Deckham's just sitting on the back of a Vardo with a pretty much just like a cup of warm water in his hands, and there's a very nice black tea, just the way you like it, next to him.
Jeebus, still there?
Oh, god damn it!
There
Can
you
you
go.
not hear me?
I heard you.
Okay,
You said
thank
you were
God.
in the back of a Vargo with a cup of black tea and a cup of hot water.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Deckham's just got a cup of hot water in his hands, like, pretending. And he's got a pretty much a set of tea, just the way Elliot likes it, next to him.
Mm-hmm. So something's on your mind?
Well, I believe something's more on your mind. Would you sit with me for a moment?
Right. Sits.
As you sit, he kind of turns around to grab something from behind him. You hear a chain jingling. See? Spins around. Elliot, I know this is going to be difficult for you, but I've fashioned a bit of something, and he's going to come around with a singular chain with 2 pendants on it. 1 red, 1 platinum, I believe.
Oh, those.
Elliot, I know that you just went through a very trying time with both of them, but you should remember where you came from. I wish I could.
I will admit
Yes, I have the Mistress K, but she only rebuilt me. My original creation is a mystery, only known to very few people, if anybody, at this point. I would like to know why I was really originally designed, and, well, these 2, he kind of holds up the necklace, came together and made you, and you are powerful, compassionate, and you may try to ignore it, but I know you are a kind soul. Two wrongs don't make a right, but in this case, I believe they did.
Ellie's a bit of loss of words for this.
I feel like Elliot has had a distinct lack of people truly caring for him.
He had at least one particular mentor or father figure, but he kind of pauses, really looks at those chains or rather the necklace amulets that are
As
there.
you as they move around, you see there's a very small sword in the middle of the two. I didn't know how to represent him, but I believe a replica of your sword would do. Your old one, not the new one.
I am touched by that.
Just know that your hard work has not been unnoticed. You throw yourselves at a lot of things you shouldn't. Just remember now that you've got people behind your back and by your side.
Takes a full draught of the tea. Thinks about it. Right. Though being told that you are simply a tool for ambition is not quite what any child would want to hear. Though in this case I've already since long gave up on meeting them, so...
That's kind of why I made this. You were a tool for ambition, and I was built as a tool for war. Both a means to an end, but not for ourselves. And yet we sit here, staring at the stars, hearing that cat mewl.
Yes, I'm starting to understand why is it that Greybeard said I'll be dealing with a lot of temptation.
I just wanted you to remember that you can rely on us. You don't have to do everything alone anymore.
Elliot will slowly reach out for the new amulet. I suppose what Greybeard did say was, is not the blood or the family that dictates what you are, but the actions you take upon them. Thank you. Uh-oh.
Don't worry about it. Just keep going.
At least there's no need to thank me. You've done plenty already. Taken a lot of hits for me. I just wanted to show that I appreciate it. You know, a lot of my programming is a lot like how you fight. Right up in the center, but ever since this battery malfunction, I've been a little damaged easier, but yet I could do, he just holds up his left hand and sparks begin to fly through it. Different. And then now I have a prototype speaking in my head every once in a while.
A prototype?
Yes, I've talked about her before. I don't know if she's a god or just a greater being or just the first of my kind. But ever since that wall of electricity I walked through, I've been seeing glimpses of her in the corners of my optics.
It's not like those strange dreams that we were having, is it?
No, I believe this is more like you, and you kind of. Where do you keep your St. Cuthbert symbol?
He literally wears it around his neck. He pulls it out.
So he taps, like just under your chest, just like on the center of your chest plate. You wouldn't, just damn.
I get a reassurance once in a while when I do my morning or evening prayers. Though this land has been, or should I say world, has been taxing on that.
Hopefully that'll give you a little extra boost. Now, you should get some sleep. I'll be out here if you ever need me.
Will do. I also got a lot of supplies to pick up from the... I never even asked her names, or if I had just forgotten it. The two brothers, I think.
These people don't like to give out their real names anyway. You just call them any generic name and they'll probably respond.
True. Right. When you can, try to get some rest as well. You don't want to burn yourself out.
Oh, trust me, I'll rest out here.
Indeed, the both of you should get some sleep.
Yeah.
Because swamps will be terrible. And as you turn, you see, like, behind you, and somehow sitting there is Mordekainen, who looks halfway catatonic.
You know, I'm gonna do this because Elliot is Elliot. I'm going to burn the lay on hands, but use the 5 points to cure disease or its other ability of lay on hands.
And describe how it looks when that happens. Does like your hand kind of glow, or?
Yeah, his hand does glow. So.
What color?
It looks like it looks almost like a small, pleasant dawn or sunrise.
As you do that, you see his eyes twitch to you. Do not worry of that, child of Greybeard. His wisdom does not need it, nor do I. Greybeard is a wise man, and to raise you as he did, clearly has done well.
Oh, sorry, I'm gonna roll this for Elliot because, again, he knows Mordecai, or at least the Mordecai he knows. Yeah, Elliot immediately leaps back. Because, again, he was kind of seeing the guy as a fool at this point. I was like, alright, this is the whole don't meet your heroes moment. But now I was like, wait, you sound...
Sober and together with it, yes.
Mr. Mordekainen, it's a pleasure to actually meet you.
Yes, I know. But that is what happens when you all meet. Everyone is pleased to meet you, or they're not. Needless to say, however, do not question Greybeard's wisdom. Of all of the holy men that I have met, while he is a harsh, cold man, he at least understands the reality of our earth. Unlike my colleagues. Nonetheless, I should likely apologize for my actions earlier. Experimentation comes with its problems.
I see.
Clearly, the purple ones are the ones I must continue to use, as they bring the most lucidity to a mind rattled by the realities of the multiverse.
I don't suppose there's some reason that you're still here in this particular place, or...
The domains of dread lock one in once you have entered. Once you have succumbed to the dark powers, you are isolated, tainted, forever searching for a way out. But I do know the way out. I will have to find my keys. Once that is accomplished, I shall wander the multiverse again as I need to.
Have you checked the bottom of that waterfall?
He blinks at you, turns. I don't know if I really want to have a moose telling me where I lost my keys, but I really don't think I did. Well, good day, Mr. Bunny and Mr. Moose. I, a waterfall, to go check. As he just kind of jumps off and just very, very, regally walks off.
Dekum looks at Elliot.
Elliot just has this complete stunned silence. Like, this is actually the most emotion that is not angry on his face that Dekum has ever seen. Like, the eyes are actually wider open.
Why do I have a feeling he's about to go check every waterfall but the one that he actually fell down?
I suspect that would be the case, although that for a brief moment was indeed the Mordenkainen that I have heard about, though I never met.
Oh, yes. Why do you think I was calling him when he was acting so strangely by a different name?
True. I haven't considered that, though. I suppose, as Greybeard said, I tend to be more of the bludgeoning tool to a problem most of the time.
Well, you be the bludgeoning tool and I'll be the scalpel.
I can work with that.
And you have a bit more nuance than you believe you do. I'm surprised you actually took it.
He kind of holds out the amulet as he puts it on. Next, so now he's wearing two chains. One that has his holy symbol, and now one with his, what was his from his parents. That's leaving a bit of a emotional scar inside, but just adds, well, I can only hope that my actions will determine more of what I do than the blood that runs in my veins. Something that I think I hope that Kyle can look past, but her own emotional scars are not exactly easily mendable as my own.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Alright. I heard well.
Oh, okay, so I'll repeat again. Well, wait, which well did you hear? Because I know I said like about a couple.
Kind of the last one, right after I was like teasing you about actually taking it.
Ah, okay. So Ellie goes, well, I'm going to do more, or at least, as I was told, be more than what my parts are. And hopefully I am judged by my actions rather than my blood. Though, I suppose Kyle will have difficulty seeing past that due to her past scars, which I doubt is easily as mendable as my own.
Yes, her trauma's a different story. We'll have to erase the one that gave it to her, and possibly slowly work on her getting more and more used to who she calls fanged folk. From what I've seen, there are a decent number of them that are pleasurable to speak with.
Well, I don't disagree with her distrust over the true blood vampires, since, at least as far as I remember with Greybeard, he did say that it takes a strong amount of willpower to resist the impulses to feed and, well,
take the lives of others through the intent of sustaining oneself, but it is an easy, slippery slope once you begin to indulge into it.
Oh, with this new recipe I have, I believe I can make what you eat actually enjoyable. Without you having to lie to me. He kind of thumps you on the chest for that one.
I apologize, but that was the actual truth. I did not have a sense of taste, but the fact that I could taste something speaks well of your cooking abilities.
Thank you. And good night, Mr. Tomalay.
Same to you, Deckham. And that is the list of things that Elliot wants to buy.
Yeah. Everything but the nav tools. He kind of looks at you like, no.
Right, I forgot. This place does not do well with navigation.
Well, he has some, but like the ones that you see are definitely personal and used. You know, they're not for sale.
Right. What about the other tools and...
Yep, you can get everything.
Excellent. I especially believe we're going to be needing rope and grappling hook in case we might have to pull ourselves out of some sort of...
What do you need a fucking rope for?
Well,
Just tell me,
Alright.
just tell me how much gold I need to give, and I will.
weirdly enough, like he says that, and one of the others, I know where to send the bill.
Oh, I thank you for your charity.
You can thank the captain.
I'm sure
So yeah,
to thank her.
the three that need them got boots. You can get that or all that equipment, no problem.
All right, we got our boots. Ellie just
And
passes Kyle and Zamar their boots.
I might color, but I guess it'll do.
I mean, I'll wear them if I have to, but for the time being,
Granted, the only reason I would suggest these boots is only because if the Icar Swamp is anything like some of the swamplands near, or rather south of Blackmoor, there are possible leeches and other carriers of infestation that would be drawn to. Looks over to Kyle. Drinking blood. Of course, in the end, it is your own decision to wear or not to wear, or to take the risk. But I am one that does not wish to take a unnecessary chance with unknown lands.
God, I haven't worn shoes since I was forced to wear heels forever ago. She'll just kind of slowly put them on.
You see that Zin is very, like, uncomfortable with putting on things on his feet because it's just not how he's lived his entire life. I'm on the wrong feet. Doesn't feel right. Switches them around. Nope, still doesn't feel right.
God bless our party hates fucking shoes.
You see that Elliot outfitted, or at least took off the greaves of his leg armor, and basically switched to putting the boots on. They fit all right, but
Even he's a little uncomfortable of like walking with boots that are basically up to his knees. Right. So any other plans that we may need, or I already gotten my supplies?
Yeah, you guys need anything else?
Not really. I have ammo. Then I have weapons.
I suppose we should ask Deckham if he procured enough rations for all of us.
God, I hope he did.
Since I suspect that being
I imagine he has a fucking wooden crate just full of shit.
because I suspect there won't be much of clean water in these swamps, so I procured us some water skins, and he gives each of you guys one water skin. I don't think it will last the entire 3 days, but it's the start of something.
Better than nothing.
Deckham just scoots a 5-gallon tank of water behind the box. Good job, Elliot!
I mean, you could have. Do they not sell water purifiers here? Or, like, tablets?
I don't believe they have condensed iodine now.
Ellie kind of blinks for a brief moment. I don't know what this iodine is, or Undine. Perhaps it was Undine. No. Anyway.
Oh, did you just fucking call it Udine?
It's perfect. That's so fucking perfect.
But anyway,
Yeah, I believe it is time to set off. Should we go find, Mario?
yes. I believe he said north exit.
Yes, we'll go and enter the Vestoni camp, not the circus camp. I thought they were Vestoni. Or cousins of the Vestoni, I believe they were called.
I am not certain of the terminologies. I think they said something about Gilgortos. Friend or...
It sounds like a slur.
I try not to risk saying words that might offend the others, so I at least try to go as plainly as possible. Also increase the amount of javelins to 5 because to 10, so I can start throwing these things at people if they're not within sword reach. Oh, it doesn't have this anymore.
Okie dokie. So yeah, you guys get a full rest, no problems, no weird dreams. Deckham, at one point you do hear some very distant gunfire in the city, but that's about it.
Alright, I'll chalk that up to the chief of police doing her job.
Shooting some random shadow.
Fires aimlessly, as a good police officer does.
Alright.
She was a rogue. She didn't do anything without aim.
True, steady aim is a hell of a drug when you're a rogue.
Yep.
I'll do my morning prayers, which is before everyone else decides to leave, or all the other stuff, and prepare my new set of spells.
Ha! Preparing spells.
Yes. I'm just thinking.
Imagine having spells.
Zilbot, did you brush your fur? You're looking extra floofy today.
You like it?
Which,
Oh, in all reality, it was just the first shower I've taken in 6 weeks.
Oh, right, the
Ew.
ship. He was adrift, and we kind of just left. Didn't really give
Yeah.
the man time to acclimate.
and we then throw him into the middle of a fight, so yeah, I can see that.
Despite me being absolutely vile, I'm still Snowy wanted to cure me.
You guys, as you all file out of the Vardo, you notice that there's a freshly baked quiche.
God.
The headaches!
You just roll like a d20. Okay, I'm making this today.
Fun fact, Jeebus actually really enjoys cooking kind of the weirder stuff, so no. That just came to mind.
Fun fact, Jason also loves cooking the weirder stuff.
Yes, I have a shark curry planned for tonight's dinner. I have a lot of shark.
Wait, where are you
Shark
getting
would
the
be wonderful.
where are you getting the rice for the curry?
Oh, it's in this box.
That's impressive. You.
Oh god, that Uncle Yenjuin's. I hate that shit.
Who's Uncle Yenjuin? Your relative?
No, it's shitty off-brand rice in a box.
Huh.
What? No, this is...
I can hear the gears
this
turning.
to me. No, I don't. It's just Deco is so confused. Like, you think I would dare buy name brand fucking bullshit? No, this is artisan.
Oh, okay. God, I hate our party. Love him, but I hate him.
Back, I'm taking a 30% increase on all prices because artisan. Fuck
Yeah.
you, that's why.
Yeah.
He has a capital. He can afford.
I really don't, but I will.
Like I said, he has the capital. He can afford it.
Elliot would help
There's
with
moments
capital.
Syndra sitting there, what the fuck do you mean he bought that?
Yeah, it's like her town's just getting run up. It's like all artisan food.
I just wondered what her reaction was like. Okay,
He said it would go good with Mako.
Oh my god.
Elliot is probably just thinking like, well, I wonder how she's gonna compare our bills to be like.
Oh, she's gonna fucking hate us.
We're getting her an engine. She can shut the hell off.
Exactly.
True.
Alright, well, after they all eat, Deco will, well, who wants to lead the way, or should I?
I guess I can take point as Elliot does one last bit of morning prayer to get cure wounds prepared instead of his divine favor.
Okie dokie.
And we go to the Vistani camp.
Sitting out front, you see the gentleman Vero that you spoke to. He's sitting there. Looks like he is definitely requiring the coffee he is drinking. As you pull up, I mean, he's like straight out of the freaking. He's got the pot in one hand and like the mug in the other, and is like pouring it, like and just drinking it, pouring it, drinking it, and
It's
grumbling
cool
something
now,
in a
but-
language you can't understand.
It's a little cool now, but yeah. Deco hands him the last piece of quiche that he stole, that he took. Actually, it would have been the first piece, because he took it and wrapped it up.
Is it quiche?
Yes, it is. Well, there's some very strange peppers here, but nobody complained.
Oh yeah, these are fine. You're fine, so long as they don't glow.
No. The chef gave them to me. He gave me 3 different names for the entire interaction we had, so I just kind of call him the chef.
Yeah, they don't give out names.
Oh, they give out plenty of names. Just have a hard time sticking to one.
They apparently have some kind of fear of Fae. It's way too early to talk about Tsuchigato cousins of ours, but is everybody ready?
Yes.
Can't believe I fucking lost 3 out of 5. Fucking shit.
Well, I hope my My cooking could make up for at least a bit of that.
Yes, it will. Thank you. Alright, everybody on board.
Backpack full of
It's like
stuff.
it's
Why are they all bigger on the inside?
Magic. Are you?
Right. Did it seriously cut out when he said magic?
Yeah, it did.
That's all he said. But yeah.
Oh, okay. I mean, you can Discord's been angry with me, so as soon as he said magic, I heard a pop, like, pocket disconnected.
Yeah, that was somebody. I don't know who it was. All right. So, you guys travel for the better part of a day. Who's inside and who's looking out windows? Who's possibly trying to be up front?
Cal would probably be up front, unless Deckham's gonna try to take it.
I've been talking a lot. You can take it.
Okay. Yeah,
Elliot,
Kyle would probably go up front.
yeah, Elliot will just take a window and watch broodingly out there.
Does it have a step on the back?
Yeah.
Deck's probably just sitting up back there, watching the scenery.
What you guys? I mean, it's some beautiful farmlands. A lot of a lot of farmers, a lot of cattle, sheep, goats. It's very rural. Along the road, though, every now and then you see people who are trying to camp out. They clearly are not used to camping. You know, they're making tents out of sheets. You see what you would imagine would be county law enforcement that are trying to get them, to move or go back. There's arguing, a lot of fear about Jack. The law officers their reply is it's easier, it's better to, or they keep them safer in the city than out here. Knowing some of you in your histories, like Elliot, you would assume that with this situation, the more people that are out here, the more likely it is for Jack to come out here and do things, or to make it more confusing. Just from the way they're handling it, is they're trying to keep it as isolated and away from expanding. It gets closer and closer towards sunset when you guys you first see it after going over some low hills. There's forest in some parts, but you had seen the fog in the distance always on the water. You'd seen the fog roll in or the mist roll in on the island. This, as you come over this hill, is a wall. The gray of the sky meets with the gray to the ground with this soft cottony cushion. But you definitely, without even having to think about it, just recognize this is a barrier. There is an innate sense of dread towards entering it.
May the light of Sunku's
Mr.
earth guide us
Mr.
through
Varro.
here.
Yes, Mr. Deckham?
What would have happened if we tried to enter this wall without a person of your nature?
Well, if you're lucky, you'd walk out about 20 feet from where you went in. If you're unlucky, you would walk out 20 years from when you walked in, and possibly on the other side of the mists, and potentially undead or dying.
Huh.
Some people walk in and they walk right back out, filled with holes, bleeding everywhere. Some people just never come back out. some people come back out years and years later. Maybe not even in the same place.
So basically, if we don't get to where you're going, we're just fucked touching the mist wall.
I mean, potentially, yes. Especially if the mistlings get to you.
The what now?
Mistlings.
Haven't we met one of those before?
Yeah, we have.
I think that
Oh?
was the Mist Warden.
Yes, we've met a lesser Miss Warden, if I remember the correct terminology.
Elliot,
You encountered a lesser mist warden?
Yes.
And you're here to talk about it?
sort
I
of.
am truly
we're lucky that
impressed.
We're lucky that Elliot is still here, but yes.
Yes, it threw me across the. After it finished beating the living daylights out of me, yes, it threw me around.
Thankfully, we were able to put it down.
Elliot
Well.
is clearly avoiding mentioning anything about helping Abby escape.
Yeah.
So is Deckel.
It could have been worse. You could have had black-eyed children, or, 1,000 of them. Oh, all the gray things. Those two.
Black-eyed
things?
children?
Yeah, there's some really fucked up shit in the mist. As a
What about-
native, you would think that I wouldn't be all freaked out by some of it, right? But that shit's weird.
Have you seen a revolver ghost?
I believe they call it a gun wraith.
That too.
Ah, yes, I've seen a couple of those. Thankfully, from very good distance and through a telescope.
Apparently
Well,
one of them has one of our friends.
Indeed.
Oh? I
apparently,
was not told there was more of you.
don't worry,
He's
probably won't catch up.
Missing. As we said, a gun wraith took him.
Was it, rather special gun wraith? I mean, gun wraiths usually don't just... They usually hunt a place, spooky.
I am unsure.
Supposedly was sent by a Dark Lord? I think that's what we're told from Callisti.
As far as...
Or
Ellie just
Okay.
gestures to Kyle. Ellie just
Wait,
Ellie
it
just
wasn't
adds,
Winchester, was it?
I believe that's
It
what
was.
they called it that, since it left, well, it left 2 bullets with mine and Kyle's names on it. But we discarded those bullets and we sort of hope to relocate this entity later in the future to hopefully save our lost comrade.
Did he actually discard his bullet? 'Cause I don't remember him doing that. Unless he's trying to...
With a 7, you believe it.
Yeah.
Elliot remembered discarding it. I think I wrote it down in my notes somewhere.
You did.
I did not.
Kyle still has hers.
Oh,
I do.
so Elliot, Elliot's the one who thinks that both he and Kyle discarded it. He just knows that he himself did.
So this is gonna be great when that
I
comes
passed my
up.
perception check through her massive sleight of hand.
Yeah, my like plus 11 slide SOH. It's gonna
You
be
did
very
worse
hard.
than I did for once.
Yeah, it was okay, so Elliot thinks that so Elliot says, yes, Kyle and I dropped the bullets into a box back when we were in the island of Cicero.
Ah, yes, well... You'd have to talk to someone else, because I would not take you to the Shattered Tower. That
Oh, what
place
now?
is new. Well, if it was Winchester, that would be where he would be, in the new domain that's forming.
That's a later thing that we'll probably have to take care of.
Yes, unfortunately, I don't believe we're ready to take him on.
No, considering he took a full force of my swing and did not falter, I suspect we're not yet at the level to fight him.
Ah, he's a fresh one. They are always tougher. For adventurers, like yourselves. And then there is the old ones like Strahd, who just have to keep it weird. Really wish he wasn't the champion of Barovia. My grandmother was born in Barovia. I think she's still there.
I'm surprised your grandmother can handle being around Strahd.
Oh, some of them still treat him with the respect that he thinks he is earned. The deal about saving his life. And in return, we've got to stay there. However, Strahd has broken those deals. But Strahd dies, and Strahd is reborn, and Strahd forgets. Because Strahd lives for one thing, and one thing only.
His
And
obsession
of course
for a woman.
Taking a sip.
But that is his torment, and the way that his dark power feeds. On teenage angst.
Huh.
Well, I guess
Horrible
more
way to live
midlife
your life.
crisis.
Being a teenager for thousands and thousands of years.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I remember the first woman who told me down. I was like, no, it's like my heart's broken. Hey, you got a nice butt.
How old are you exactly? I was kind of looking at.
Me?
Yeah.
I'm 73.
Oh, thought you were older.
Oh, no.
You're
Most
only,
people think I'm 20.
you're only 7 years
I got
younger
the
than
stamina
I am.
of a 20-year-old.
You just be kind of like to hear that, like, no.
He like puffs up his chest.
I'm good, but thank you.
Elliot just adds, you're only 6 years younger than I am.
I am
I'm
old.
different with Vistani. I am truly a human. Not some half-breed like yourself, no offense.
None taken.
Our magic is the magic of the lands. And with it, so long as we abide by the rules and do what we are meant to do, by the cards, by the fates, yeah, we get a pleasant life short of the occasional harassment by locals who have no thing better to do than harass a bunch of people they think are trying to swindle them and cheat them out of all of their money.
Well, that's one thing I do understand. I just usually on the receiving end of it. They say me, they say a Amigmadad, a servant bot. They do not know I have a bit more automati than that, and well, can do simple math.
Yeah, I understand that. I mean, and you're definitely not, as far as I can tell, like that wretched doll Iragal tried to sell everyone. What was its name? I can't remember. It was Mute. Frickin' murder machine was what it was. Granted, it was a haunted puppet, so I mean, I guess we all should have seen that one coming, right? Never trust dolls or puppets. That's always been my deal.
Right. That's vexing.
Fiddlewick. That was his name.
Oh my god.
That's why you don't cross hags. They put you in freaking dolls, man.
Well, the hags
I'll
in
keep that in mind.
well, the hags
If
in
we
this
are
place.
too running. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Elliot just adds, well, the hags in the Ichor swamp tried to put us into dolls.
I do not even want to think about the kind of things those scavengers are probably going to try and do to you. If they decide to mess with you.
Yes, if we do end up running into one, should we even try to converse or kill on sight?
I'm going to be honest with you, this is, if you can kill it, I'll be impressed. If it doesn't hound you for the rest of your lives, I'll be impressed. If it gives a shit about your existence, I will be impressed. And if it tries to sell you a pie, do not buy it. It's probably made up children.
So many things that go against everything I was programmed to believe. Wow, in one sentence.
You realize the hags would try to eat most of you. They turn him into, like, magical ingredients. And probably her, too. Zamara's just Chinese food to them. Whatever Chinese food is. Right, that's around that place
Whatever
where
it
Chocolate
is.
Hill is.
I like to see them try.
That place is weird.
Do you know much about the Greviki Boar crew?
Yeah, I know enough to despise that exile.
Yes, I mean, but obviously, just bringing up the question, he's the one who has our tickets out.
I don't talk about those who are exiled. They are dead to us when they are
Alright.
kicked from the family.
He was one of you.
Was. Maybe never was. And never will be again.
Understood. I won't press the question anymore. Don't want to bring up a sore
Thanks.
subject.
Right. So past the Icar Swamp, you mentioned about the event. What more can you tell us about that area?
Nothing.
I see.
I have been to Mordor once. Not a place I wanted to stay, considering it seemed like everyone wanted to try and murder us. And the event itself kind of passed next to it once, but it was very dangerous. So we have marked it as a no-go. Considering it's kind of not land. Part of the reason why you can't get there from other places easily.
I see. Right. Now focus on our survival for the trip to the Icar Swamp. Then he pauses. The other direction, the more dangerous one, the breach. Do you have any insight for us that might be beneficial?
Honestly, you look like the kind of man who has been to war more than I have. I honestly don't know Jack about that place. I went there one time for the fireworks, but... You know, I just going to be honest, I can't handle that much death.
I understand.
The sad part about city mines is you end up seeing the worst of humanity. Of all things. Some places are cruel, dark, treacherous. Some places are just infested with undead, twisted and tainted towards a goal.
It's
And
the
some
one.
places you think should be their own layer of hell. Yet here's a are the domains, and not a hell, not a demon prince around. Because I think sometimes the mortal races outdo even what devils can do, or say gods.
It is usually those that have the more flexible morality that can become the most dire and vile of evils, or the greatest of champions for justice or good. Depends on their will.
Someone said it said that was what the domains really were, a testing ground to see which would win, evil or good. A neutral place, corruption, away from the gods, away from the devils, just to see who and what of the mortal races could do, well, anything.
Elliot just sits back and resumes looking out the window.
Death is inevitable. War never changes.
God damn it.
War never changes.
See, I didn't say it right.
I picked it up.
But there's a contradictory on Metal Gear Solid. It says war. War has changed.
I was actually thinking of Warhammer 40k.
I was up to thinking of fucking Fallout New Vegas, which also technically throws that reference out too.
It's every Fallout.
Yes.
Oh man.
That is a tagline of Fallout is war. War never changes.
Ah,
See, they know. People in the background.
that's fine. I was just thinking of Warhammer 40k. In the future, there's only war.
Same.
Oh yeah.
How many games about the United States is crazy?
Anyway. Anything else you guys want to talk about?
Nope. Elliot goes silent.
I think we grilled him for as much, and you guys just brought up something very sensitive for Deco, so he's going a little red, but he's not fully murder bot yet.
Yeah,
Right.
continue.
So you guys, eventually, as night falls, you are literally on the border of the where the mist is. It's like a wall extending up into the heavens, and it sits there. You know, you expect it to move at you at any time. He parks it next to a very well used and maintained campground with a fire pit that seems to have been permanently built. And he just goes about setting up. Outside of that, it's basically nightfall. You know, you guys make dinner. If you don't have anything about that, night comes. Your usual sleep is fine.
Elliot will keep an eye out for a little bit. Kind of a habit of his. Keep watch when he can and rest when he can.
If you're watching Deckham as he just kind of begins to go into sentry mode, and you see kind of the light show up here, it's definitely a bit more red than usual, especially being closer to the breach.
Elliot will just simply ask, not looking at Deckham, do you wish we investigate this breach on the way back?
With the information that we have accrued of having
are warforged like myself, or at least the same model in that area. I would like to give it a look. Always been hopeful that my boy unit has made it somewhere. They're a good group. Scout. Blockade.
I'm sure we'll find something there. And you have us now, too.
Yes. I'm showing.
I believe in you.
I split the difference.
I'm sure Invictus is out there somewhere. Sneaky ass robot could never die.
Elliot just remains silent as he listens. He does show that he's paying attention, but it is a conversation that's a bit different than what he's used to.
I could have sworn he had 3 cores in him.
Do these cores act like souls or hearts?
In a way, you know, if you get pierced in the heart or your brain, you die instantly. Same with our core. You've seen mine before.
Yes.
It's a sensitive piece of technology. Usually houses our main self. But Invictus was different.
Both of you roll me a perception.
Oh shoot, here we go. Yeah. Well, it makes sense. Elliot has been out for watching.
Oh my god.
The one,
See, guys, I do have a perception.
Y'all vigilant motherfuckers.
the one,
All
the,
of us do.
As you guys are watching into the fog here in the early morning, you can sense that it is definitely the dark before the sunrise, that darkest moment, and you're wondering if is that the sun, but you realize you guys are looking north, not east, as you see this light, and as it sways slowly back and forth, and you start seeing smaller ones above it swaying similarly.
am I able to identify it?
No, it seems like to you it's a lantern, perhaps, but the other ones seem to move like a lantern, a bunch of lanterns, and everybody, or in a group in perfect formation and perfect balance.
I will.
As you continue.
I don't like how in sync they are.
My first thought they might have been will-o-wisps, but we're not exactly lost. I'm going to inform Varro and the others.
I'll keep an eye.
And Elliot immediately runs in, first going to Varro. We have, he'll gently wake him up or give him a rough, well, not, yeah, it'll be more of a rough shake and says, Varro, I think we have company.
What do you,
Giant
people?
light with, no, I think it's not
giant lights, smaller lights moving in sync.
Just don't worry about it. I nothing come out of this will mess with me. I'm fine.
Elias is gonna go, well, goes immediately to Kyle, gently nudges her from a distance because he doesn't want to provoke or get a bad reaction, and just simply says, Kyle, we might have company.
Kind of just slowly waking up. Anything important?
A
Bad?
large light, looks like a lamp, but there are smaller ones and they're moving in sync.
Would I know anything about that?
No.
And
Okay.
he'll add, Deckham is still currently watching them, but let's just be on our guard in case it's unfriendly. As he
Beckham, as you watch, you're starting to realize the lantern itself has got to be at least a good 12, 15 feet off the ground. Even though you don't really have too much reference, you just, from the way it's swaying and how close it's starting to get.
Is it giant?
Elliot will at this time go to Zamar, repeat the same thing of, Zamar, there might be something unexpected coming towards us, so just be prepared.
Do I need to come up there, or can I continue my cat now?
Just be on alert for a little bit, and then if it's nothing hostile, you can return to your rest. Right.
Do I think it's gonna get too? Do I think it's gonna get in close the distance within 10 minutes?
Possibly.
I'll start doing it anyway. I'm gonna start ritually casting detect magic.
Okay.
Wait, can sorcerers ritual cast?
No.
Shit.
I
Never mind.
don't think they can.
I don't like. Yeah. As soon as I said it, I don't think they can. So I'm not gonna do that because I like spell slots.
Just take the feat ritual caster, easy.
Oh, great! It's not like there's a bunch of other feats that I want to get first.
No, you don't get ritual cast.
Yeah.
No. Okay.
Yeah, Elliot, once he at least alerts everyone, he immediately returns to where Deckham is at. And
I guess
he has-
Kyle will just kind of stretch and walk outside.
And Elliot, just to make it clear that he's ready for battle, he has the sword at hand.
Keep this sword down for now. We don't know if they're hostile yet. You being armed, keep it ready. I did behind the Vardo.
Wait. Moogle, what color are the lights?
They seem like a candle color. Yellow. Flame.
Okay. I was more so curious if it would have been akin to more like a St. Elmo's fire. Considering Kyle would probably have at least seen a few, considering her experience.
With the silence, it is only changed by the sound of wind moving past something. You realize there's this black shapes. At first you think it's some kind of giant elk, perhaps, as there's antlers. As the light begins to or the fog peels, and the light begins to illuminate the face and shape.
Huh. That's
Oh,
something to wake up to.
he a big one.
That's definitely something to wake up to that you don't see every morning. Kyle's just sitting back on like either a chair or a log or whatever's there.
Yeah, on strange digigrade cloven hooves, he steps out through the mist. Stops, looks down, and it swings out the lantern over you.
Good
Hello,
morning.
it's the one.
Hello.
are nice and tucked in their bed this time of day. And why are you out? And so close to what's so dangerous in your world? Your little lives. You hear it, this sound of wind passing through bone. Ah, you're not from here entirely. At least not you, metal one. No, your kind came here after your creation. You, half-blood, were born here. You are from Way, and you have a long family here. Spotted one.
I'm still sleeping downstairs. Is that me?
He was referencing you with that one, yeah.
What was the third one? Sorry, I kind of missed it.
You?
No, I heard that, but like, what did he say exactly? My brain just...
You're not from here.
You're from far away.
Yeah, for Decim, it was his party came here after his creation. For Elliot, he has the blood of someone that's here.
No, you were born here.
Yeah.
Would you like some breakfast?
Would you grant us the honor of our name?
To be taken, not to be given. And breakfast sounds lovely. But I must say that I'm busy.
Oh, that's fine. It travels well. Here, and he wraps up a, fuck, what are they called? My brain is so dumb. Thin pancake with stuff in it.
Crepe.
Crepe.
Oh, crap, yeah.
Just gives him a fucking crepe. Here you go. Eldritch being enjoy.
That's Decim in a nutshell.
His other hand reaches down and opens up, and it is the blackest, leathery fur and skin and claws that, you know, you've all seen pictures of dragons or things like that. These things make those look like, you know, they couldn't rend anything.
Oh, fun.
Also, considering the hand's about, you know, big enough to pick up, you know, half of Decim.
So, like, the crepe fits, like, between two claws, barely.
And he's weirdly graceful and gentle at the same time with his movements. Like, there's a thoughtfulness to it.
Well, you have a lovely rest of your evening, sir. Ma'am.
I think it's the morning.
You passed through here for a reason yet. Curious what your adventures take you on. Perhaps we will meet again. Perhaps not. Very well.
I start
And-
walking up as he's walking, or getting ready to walk away.
There is
Guys, do we all see this thing, or am I still dreaming?
No, we see it.
You're dreaming. Go back to sleep.
I gave him a crepe.
I hope he enjoys it at the very least.
I'm sure with the choices of food available about here, I believe it will.
It's strawberry banana.
You didn't give him the chocolate vanilla drizzle? The
You
hell?
don't eat chocolate first thing in the morning.
Yeah, have you never heard of instant carbs for a sugar rush to get going in the morning?
Yes, and they do crash by noon. You can give Zinmar that, he'll be asleep by 10:30.
Also, I think it's toxic to Zinmar.
As silently as it approached, it just fades back in. You watch the flames just sway back and forth into the distance like it's nothing. No sound.
Oh, if I could exhale loudly, I would right now. That was terrifying.
Elliot is holding his breath, but then realizes that due to his nature, he does not need to breathe. He is still as a statue still.
Kyle's just kind of looking at it like, huh.
Mazza, I think something happened to your mic. I'm not sure what, but
Oh, because I moved my headphones away from my head.
that was just days. Yeah, that would be it.
Yeah.
You know, this reminds me of, the thing kind of reminds me of, Zekam, I don't know if or any of you would have heard of something called a Wendigo?
I came from the mountainy, snowy area. I might have heard of Wendigo.
Not in my realm.
May I roll a religion? See if I can know if there's something similar.
Didn't really get too good of a look at the front of it.
There's only one specific reason why Kyle knows what the fuck a Wendigo is. What am I getting into it?
Deckham's the city boy. There's no way he would have learned.
You know of some shape changers and methods, but the Wendigo you have heard of is more of a curse typically placed by hags upon somebody or somebody of hex blood. They
Ellie.
occasionally turn into a cannibal monster. This thing being the size and what it did, roll me another religion check.
Sure. And I'll burn my my inspiration for the advantage.
Okay.
14.
Damn.
I'm curious. Fuck it. Do it again.
Okay.
God, is this gonna be the same thing as last time?
No,
That'll
I
be
think you
fine.
did a little bit better.
No, I'm not rolling.
Just make Jeebus roll, everyone's dumped on him.
While it is not your religion or, anything you can really put your hand or your finger on, being in the presence of such a being, the way that it carried itself, the way that it moved, the way that it acted, you do sense some kind of divinity, though perhaps that's not the right term, but definitely something higher than mortal life. But definitely not demonic, definitely not celestial, definitely not fiendish.
Oh,
Something
I do have something
very
else too to add.
different.
I do have something else to add. If it's still within distance or if I still see the candles. I forgot all about it. It was his divine sense. Where the heck is it? Here we go.
Ping it for me so that I can look at it first, unless you would have popped it.
Celestial, fey, feet, undead within 60 feet.
Yeah, I don't know how fast it was moving, but it came to my mind if it's still within.
If you popped it at the very last, you sense somewhere between Fey and Undead. But the way that it came across to you definitely said higher than just your average Undead or Fey. Something powerful. Like, to you, in your experience, this would be something that could have definitely crushed you without a second thought. But would it have is a different story.
As a player, I have plenty of ideas popping in head, but Elliot is, as he hears the word Fey and Undead, Does it give off a similar feeling like the Mist Warden that basically beat the living snot out of Elliot?
You get a sense of similar, but an opposite end of the spectrum. But at the same time, similar? As in where the Mist Warden, you got that sense that it was meant to do something. You know, a job. This thing is sent to do a job, but it is sentient. It is thinking. It is probably something you feel like it could have asked questions or something of it, but it just was a chance meeting.
We gave him food, that's all he needed.
And also with the things that he said, you also get that weird feeling when he said to be given or...
Yeah, because there's some other things that come to my mind, but I don't. But then again, like I said, this is the player thinking, not the character. And Elliot, despite his long life, he didn't exactly do a lot of messing around with the Fae, other than having to encounter a hags in one of the fortresses, which they were sanctioned because they're the healers and people pretty much rely on them.
Elliot, did I just make a pact with an eldritch being by giving him a crypt?
I mean, if
I
you start...
will say, if you start babbling some strange words or tongues, I might have to hit you with a smite to see if you are undead, because I have sense at best something of the Fae, but also undeath.
Aren't I technically already undead because I died and then was rebuilt?
I am unsure of that, though at least from the knowledge or some of the books that I remember reading in Greybeard's library and his list of monsters and bestiary, a Wendigo would be of something, a curse that the hags would place on him. It would be a raving, hungry, cannibalistic creature that would constantly consume until it is destroyed or starves to death. This thing did not have any of the mindless, hungering traits.
Yeah, just to clarify, the Wendigo for this would be similar to a, like, ghoul or a ghoul.
Yeah.
Except they are, the curses...
Is that when they eat, they get bigger and they get hungrier.
They can, but also if they don't devour the entirety of the or something, it will become another one.
Ooh, okay. That'll be something that Elliot will not remember off the bat.
Now, unlike werewolves, where it's a scratch, these ones actually have to kill something or the thing for it to change into a Wendigo.
Well, other than a super eventful morning, I think
as the sun rises, you hear a snort behind you, and someone scratching their face. Why, good morning, everyone. Why are you all standing out here staring at the mist? I guess I do that every now and then, too.
Have you seen this before? The minor images, what he just saw?
Oh. Wait. He kind of looks at you, looks at the image, looks at you, looks at the image. Are you serious?
Oh,
Yes.
I gave him a crepe. Would you like one?
Yes, I'd love a crepe. You gave... Oh.
should we be worried?
I would say yes, that is an omen.
And
Very powerful.
because he likes strawberries and bananas?
No. Because that was, I guess you could say, we call it the Wise. It is a very ancient being that exists within the mists. It knows many secrets, many things. I guess you could say if this place had a god, that would be one of them, perhaps. But unlike gods, that does not need worshippers to exist. And you say you gave it a crate?
Yes.
Huh.
It's unkind to have food and not offer it.
Very true. Very true. I mean, now I'm kind of, Did you try making me up? I remember something.
I believe Elliot did, yes.
I had
Oh.
attempted to, but if that was the case, then all seems to be well then, so...
Well, they say when groups of adventurers enter the mist and encounter the Wise One, perhaps they are meant for good things. It means something's looking at you. Whether that's good or bad is always a question because, as they say, destiny comes with its sacrifices and its pain. Anyway, these are good grapes. Let's get that done and let me see here. Horse is tied up. So let me grab my pack after we're done, and I will lead you through to the other side so that I can come back and go as a long route.
Everybody knows the horse's fur, or the hair. I don't know, do horses have hair or fur?
Hair.
Either way,
Hair.
perfectly groomed. Declan got bored with the other 4 hours he has while you guys sleep.
Jesus.
He looks at the horse, looks at you, looks at the horse, looks at you. She said you were weird, but I didn't believe her.
What? Supposed to brush a horse every day, especially if you do work.
I did. I wasn't expecting you, to braid the hair.
She needed conditioner.
The horse turns and looks at him. He looks at her. You know this is not only one time. If you want to keep him around, you have to pay him. I am not. Do not look at me like that. You talk to Vero about that. Vero. Which one am I again?
You're Vero, I believe.
Aye.
At least that's what you
Really?
said.
That was really good wine last night. Yes. You talk to Vero about that. The horse just kind of looks at him and then just kind of horse shrugs.
Oh god, I need to roll something real quick. He'll keep his mouth shut.
All
I was
right.
going to say he was the prettier one.
Anyway, is there anything else for the morning?
Nope.
Nope.
I cast my mage armor earlier, so we're set.
All right. After a decent breakfast, he puts on a hiking pack. He takes out a rope, this length of red silken rope. I would suggest tying off to each other, something like that. Just know I will tug twice. If you don't reply with 2 tugs back, I will cut the rope and leave you behind.
Understood.
Steckham literally feeds the rope through one of his armor plates.
Kyle will probably sailor knot hers.
Elliot will tie it as well to his waist.
Let me see how good my sailor knot is.
What if we get a tug that isn't 2? Like 3 or 1?
I hadn't thought that far ahead. We'll deal with that when it happens.
Oh, God.
2
Sounds good.
to 4 tugs.
No, only 2.
So we reply with 2. If anything else happens, we panic.
Alright, and here we go. As you guys begin going to the edge of the fog, within moments it is hard to see the person in front of you, even though they're 3 feet. There's trees, there's... you hear the grass crunch under you, but it's muffled. You hear stone crunch, you hear twigs snap, but it's all muffled, broken. What seems like the longest time, because of this sense of dread within this white void. You all kind of really Deckham, because you're second in line, realize that you're very quickly come upon Vero, who has stood still, and the mist has thinned. Only slightly.
Hello?
I think this is for you. As he steps to the side and lets the rest of you catch up, you see a stump. And on top of it, carved into the stump, you see the words, Deckham. And on top of it, you see a lantern with a simple candle burning inside of it.
Vero, I'm gonna pick it up.
You watch Vero. I think he liked you. Or the crepes, at least.
Oh, good.
I wonder if we
I
should,
would suggest keeping that close. That is a blessing, perhaps.
Alright, I'm just gonna put it in my inventory. Lantern of a wise one.
And I will get you stats for that.
Oh my god, it's an actual thing. I'm just gonna. He starts to reach with the head that's tied up. It's like, oh right. And he like tugs on it twice real quick, and then reaches with the other hand.
That's interesting.
Should we be worried about that?
I don't think so, for now.
As you pick it up, the candle does go out.
Oh.
But you have that sense that there's an innate sense when you touch it that that's okay.
Oh. Don't worry, everyone. It's alright. I think. I feel.
Well,
Yeah, it's that gut instinct that you don't quite understand yet.
Yeah. That's why that entire situation just went It's like, I feel.
Well, if the wise one wanted us dead, it would have done so much earlier. Or meant us harm, but it did not, so... Let us just go with it as a...
No, I'm actually weirdly enough, I'm not worried about that. I have a feeling, like, here, and he just gestures towards his stomach, or his central core.
Elliot catches
this is
on now.
new.
That would be hard to explain. Since I never really was.
Oh, maybe it's here. Can you open up your stomach for a second?
Oh, of course.
Please don't. No.
I grabbed
no.
the rest of the last third of the shark that I was saving. Maybe it was this.
No, wait, wait. Where the hell was that?
Why was that stored in his stomach?
It's warm.
I
He
What?
snaps his fingers. I can just do that.
Can we just like continue through that? As Cal's kind of looking through like where the rest of the writing going.
I'll just give the stump.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna give the stump a quick touch to see if there is, or feel if there's any residual magic to it or something.
What did you want to do?
I'm gonna use my divine sense on the log. So that'll be my second of my 4 that I have.
I mean, I'll tell you right now that you're not going to sense anything, and you would have gotten that other one back. Just
Okay.
call it that dawn thing.
Okay.
Deca, you guys see that Deca doesn't like actually have a belt, but the lantern just kind of sticks to his hip. Kyle will probably be the only one who understands what magnets are.
Right. I suppose we can continue on through the swamp then.
Yes, it shouldn't be much longer.
I made a friend.
A very powerful one, likely.
Yes, perhaps. As you guys continue on, it's not long before the mist breaks. There is light, but it is like the dreariest, darkest day you have seen in a long time. As you realize you are in a forest of black trees, the ground is covered in rotting leaves, soft heat-like moss, soft grass. For all expectations of a swamp full of water, this so far seems to just be a dying forest. And here we are, folks, and I'll take my rope back, and I'll meet you as he reaches into his shirt, pulls out a tube. He makes sure you follow the right line, and he kind of grabs a little side thing to it and slips it out a little bit. This is you here, and as you see, the sun is that direction where you kind of see the sky is a little bit brighter. That is east, so that puts that here, and you need to get over here.
Ah, yes. Oh, Deca opens up his chest plate. He rummages around for a second, takes out 3 metal containers. Alright, you heat this one up for 10 minutes and in a fire. You heat up this one in the coals for about 30 minutes, and then you heat up this one for about 15 to 20 minutes over the fire. And he hands it to Varro.
But why didn't you just leave these? You know, this is fine. Is he kind of just?
Well,
tried
I didn't know if you were
put them in
going
his
to be
pack?
taking the Vardo with you or not.
Oh no, much easier to walk in.
Yes, exactly. So here, these are 3 dinners for the 3, at least the 3 nights for you.
Oh, Thank you. Kind of puts him in his bag as he kind of gets the rope from all of you. So, good luck. You as well.
Thank you.
Don't need it, but good luck. Bye.
Turns to the rest of you. Okay, who can read a map?
Kyle just holds out her hand.
Points to Kyle.
Oh, this is yours.
Do you have a compass or literally anything for shading?
He points at the sun.
You'll need something to at least get a.
Mechanical compass or magnetic compasses don't work here.
Wasn't looking for that. Just need something that could generate small amount of shade at a decent point.
Oh, me.
Wait, so Declan just holds his finger over the map?
Oh, I mean, what he wants. Deku can do a lot of different things.
That's true, I guess. I guess we'll start. What do I have to read to, or read? What do I have to roll to like kind of get a gist of where we're going, or is it just something I would know from?
Do you have tools in navigation, or do you have navigation tool proficiency, or?
Oddly, no, I don't. Which is weird.
Does whetstone work? As he pulls out a whetstone.
It'll get us through, I guess. So this is where it's gonna point out that Kyle usually wasn't the captain that read the maps. She had someone else do it for her.
Call me useless.
Well, this is gonna be fun.
Yeah. Captain by name, but not by trade.
I mean, if anybody has proficiency in survival or
I do, actually.
nature or
Wait, no, I don't. Never mind. Fuck.
No.
or navigation of any kind.
Athletics, deception, insight, intimidation, perception, and religion.
Nope. Stealth, sleight of hand, persuasion, perception, investigation, insight, deception,
Fucking
and
Discord.
acrobatic. Jeebus, do you have any proficiency in nature or survival? All
You're
right.
fucking kidding me, right? I'm a city boy.
All right, we're flying blind, boys.
Remember this, Kyle. You do have that inspiration for the session, so throw that in there.
Thought that I might, but I do not.
Kyle was also raised in a city for all intents and purposes.
Oh,
Lived in a
wow.
monastery, secluded.
Guys, we're gonna die.
Mm.
All right, what am I rolling?
Well,
I got
survival or wisdom or intelligence.
Semi-intelligent, thankfully. I'll burn my other inspiration just to see if I can get it a little bit higher. Nope. I'll take a 16, I guess. Oh wait, that's not a save, but it'd just be -1, so it's 15.
It seems like you get the hang of it. The landmarks seem to be pretty notable. You guys travel, and I want someone to roll me a D100.
I'll do it.
No.
I haven't rolled any ones or like low numbers in a hot minute, so.
Roll me a
Seven.
D20, miser.
Oh crap.
Oh no.
Here we go.
You summon 20 bears. You summon 18 bears.
So, for being a swamp, again, this is kind of odd because it just seems like a very rotting forest. You come across a clearing. The light has increased a little bit, enough to be able to see, a good distance until the foliage seems to be too thick. There is a ever-present amount of the fog and mist here, but it's not the wall. Like, when you guys exited it, you knew there was a wall of it behind you versus what's here. Who what's everybody's passive perceptions?
17.
16.
14.
Yeah.
That's a number.
Yeah, it's not a number.
14.
All right,
Kyle's
so
the highest one.
Kyle, mostly probably because you're probably near the front, navigating. There has been some movement. You've seen birds, things like this. This catches your eye because it's white. In this clearing, and you see what is probably one of the larger rabbits you've ever seen in your life.
Oh no. I have a bad feeling. Should we be worried about that?
What happened?
But she'll kind of. There's a giant ass rabbit.
I mean, it's not giant. It's not. It's definitely about the size. You know, it's about the size of a lap dog. It's not massive. It's just, but it is big.
Do I have any carrots?
So,
I'll need to do that.
hold on.
D20?
D100.
Question.
14.
Yes, you have carrots.
Yes, I was gonna ask a question. In Elliot's reading of Greybeard's bestiary, would he know about the wolf in sheep's clothing creature?
How common? Player knowledge. How common are they in Earth?
Uncommon.
Yes.
As in, they're only usually found in the off-beaten trails, but they are dangerous, so...
But they're, let me ask you this way. They're uncommon, but they're well enough known to kind of in common adventure
Yes.
knowledge.
Yes.
Then yes, you know about them.
Right. Elliot's going to look at that. Do I see anything that looks like what is the, rabbit standing on, or near?
Rabbit seems to be rabbiting. It just kind of hops a little, seems to sniff around. Sometimes it seems to dig a little bit. Kind of the nose is just sitting there going sniffity, sniffity, twitchity, twitchity. It looks at you with these unnaturally black eyes.
I'm going to begin to approach.
I'm just gonna, before Declan goes, he's just gonna say, be careful. They're, considering that the ones told us to beware the rabbits.
Alright!
They're-
Totally forgot about that!
Yes, I don't know if it's something...
Should we just circumvent it then?
Yes, I was about to say is that back in my world, there is a creature known as the wolf in sheep's clothing, which...
But that's a rabbit.
To explain,
Kyle?
it is a strange plant-like creature that pretends to have a woodland creature. It could be in the form of a fox, a rabbit usually, or any other small domestic creature. And Elliot's looking around, not at the rabbit, but trying to look for anything that might look like an inanimate object, like a log or a tree or something. Though I don't know if that is exactly it. It usually tries to leave an animal out for the unsuspecting traveler to approach it.
Oh, I was the unsuspecting traveler.
Yes, because usually if you touch the creature, it's similar to that of the species of the mimic, but an actual wolf.
Fantastic traders. How many germs do you think it has?
What? Elliot looks confused.
What are the biggest difference in your world?
Usually they're terrifying aberrational creatures that will normally try to eat you the moment you touch them or deceive you and eat you.
Oh, usually in my world, if you give them something shiny, they give you random objects.
So,
I see that our worlds are very vastly different. Elliott's gonna look around. He's looking at that rabbit again. It's black eyes. Is it moving anywhere near us, or is it moving away from us?
Seems to just be milling around in place before. Roll me an insight.
It's not an advantage, so it's an 8.
Oh my god.
I got an 8. It's not an advantage. I forgot to click the toggle off.
Do you get that weird dread feeling that it's staring at you?
I clicked a button and he instantly cut me out of Discord.
Oh shit.
Is that what happened?
Yeah. I clicked on friends and I could, like, Miser was in the middle of saying something and it was just fucking silence.
Nice.
Well, that's what happened. Okay.
Oh shit.
I was saying that he gets Elliot gets a deep sense that this thing is staring into his soul, kind of dread.
Elliot.
Are you actually casting friends on it?
Yeah. Well, it's a self spell, but yes, I did cast friends.
Oh man. Ellie's getting ready to throw a javelin.
As you cast that, you hear this unsettling noise of a neck snapping as the rabbit's head jerks to the side before just righting itself.
That's unsettling.
And then the rabbit, in this weird jerking motion, stands up on its hind legs like a person. And there's this weird shudder to its whole body.
I'm so sorry. I heard and then.
The rabbit's on its hind feet right now.
Oh, good.
It's standing like a person, and you hear this voice. Friends shouldn't mess with the land of the dead when they're still alive.
Well, I did it before, so.
It twitches into like a weird thing, and then it's like watching a video on reverse as it just like walks backwards into the woods on his hind legs. It's like watching someone walk forward played in reverse.
Alright, let's not fuck with the nature beings that we're dealing with right now.
We didn't have to fight it.
We probably did something far, far worse.
Probably. Let's continue.
Kyle just lets out a sigh. She's looking at the map.
You travel for another half hour. You start feeling the humidity. There's that smell of rot that comes with swamps. You start smelling it now. The ground has become more, the soil has become blacker, more decayed. The trees become slick and almost oily. What were willows are now these long black strands like wet hair. The roots like gnarled veins and hands clinging to this mud. There's still solid ground, you still feel rocks. In fact, it almost is kind of the difference of the squish becomes a little bit different as you realize you are now stepping on cobblestones. And it doesn't take much because, the trees break back. You are realizing you're looking at some kind of ruins of some kind of fountain. There looks to be a shattered lion. This dark, mossy, milky, well, not even milky, but oily water. And ruins. You see parts of walls that were more ornate. Something you would see in like a royal garden or something, or a city garden. This all kind of stands in this weird starkness as you see this woman who seems to be kind of just weirdly, listlessly looking through the water. You can't see below her shoulders. You know, just her shoulders are kind of sticking out, and you know, the top of her bust and such, and her head, as she just kind of seems to be looking for something.
Hello!
Damn it.
She
You just
slowly turns. Oh. Hello, good sirs.
She's a madam.
Thank you,
Seem to
Deckham.
have caught me in, oh, young miss, I believe.
Yeah.
You seem to have caught me at a moment of... She kind of looks down. I'm a dreadful mess, aren't I?
No, not at all.
I'm gonna sleight of hand my knife just in case.
We do apologize, but unfortunately we are on a time limit. We do need to continue on.
I understand. I, too, am on a time limit. You see, I need to find more for them deeds. Not you, I looking for
Kyle.
fish, little things.
But when she says that, Kyle's still getting her knife ready.
You can roll an insight if you'd like.
Yes, that's what we're doing. Because
24.
he's going with his.
She is completely out of it. There is that, like, vacant, like, confusion to her. You also, as you're noticing, she's very pale to the point where her skin seems a little bit more translucent. And you watch as she kind of like reaches one hand up after all that and move a strand away, and you see a pretty nasty wound considering she's missing her ring and pinky finger that seem to have been bitten off.
Ellie's gonna look around. Because she said feed them.
Roll me a perception.
I do have the perfect thing to feed some fish. He's going to mage hand over a probably about a pound and a half worth of mako shark.
She kind of slowly looks at it, and I don't know if they'll eat that. They're so young. Perhaps. Elliot, about that moment, you hear the sounds of cooing of babies in the nearby building.
Ellie's gonna immediately talk to, or say to, closest to him, either Kyle or Zamar, and he just says, "We have company."
Yeah, that's what I'm preparing for.
You hear a cry, a baby's cry of need. Oh dear, oh dear. Oh wait, no, hold on. We've had plenty. She kind of begins moving towards you all. She does take what Deckham handed or Mage hand out, and you realize there are stairs there. I'm dreadfully sorry. Excuse me. She kind of begins to step out, and you see this beautiful, or once beautiful wedding gown, wedding dress. You know, there were crystals sewn into it that are now dull. The dress itself is marred with moisture and little bits of black mold beginning to grow, but as she begins to step out of the water, the paleness and the whiteness of the dress is replaced by this muddied red blackness. As you realize that where her belly was is ragged meat and bone. It has been torn through from the inside of this dress. It lays in tatters now as she steps out. They're ever so hungry these days. Their father, he could have brought more, but now he starts to get lazy. Didn't bring them anything. That's okay. At least he kept them quiet. Put the screams down. Let me rest. Yes, rest. I just did in a while. She kind of walks. She moves to like walk through you guys. You can intently say, do you move?
Oh, I get the fuck out of her way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
same. I'm not.
I will
Yeah.
slowly move away, but I'm ready in action that if she touches me, I am swinging the sword.
She steps through and into this house, through with a burnt out looking house, this ruin. You know, there's no door there. Even though she seems to kind of mimic the motion of reaching for the door handle, but then she's like, oh, there's no door handle. You realize that, like, she's kind of walking with this weird limp as one of her feet is missing, and you see bite marks. Little mouths. Not angular like rats, something rounder. Elliot would recognize these. Only because vampires live similar bites, but much smaller. Do you guys follow her?
Hold on.
Wait, you said vampire, or like similar to vampire?
Damn pure mouths.
I'm saying similar, so they're like human bites.
Okay.
Elliot looks over to the others. Before he makes his move, he's going to ask them one question. Do you wish to save this woman? Because she's about to be eaten by possibly Dampiers.
No, it's not vampires. They're human bites.
Ah,
Yes,
Yes.
it's nothing of the sort. This is... Actually, I think this is far worse. Most likely she's already gone, but we can at least alleviate some suffering if we end it all.
Elliot readies his sword. And he just simply says, by St. Cuthbert's light, I'll end your pain. And he's going to move forward to strike.
Deckham puts a hand on his shoulder. We
my friend.
He waits for a moment.
Deca
You
will
hear-
enter the hovel.
You enter, and then you see that there was what was a room once. The first thing that catches your eye is a male skeleton sitting in the bones are blackened with this sticky blood and meat that's been almost completely rotted and desiccated off now. And there is the remains of a blood splatter and pool under this that says that whatever happened to him, you could only imagine is what would happen if a million or 100 rats decided to eat someone very quickly. And very messily. You see there's a rusted sword, there's scraps of clothing, belt buckle here. And in the middle of the room, you see her moving towards these two shapes, You, as what you are, don't necessarily understand how the fetus develops, but these things somewhere between human and reptile. More teeth, stubby arms and legs, bloated, blackish necrotic flesh and white bones and no muscle.
Moogle, does it look familiar to me?
To you?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
I mean, unless Kyle's had a lot of experience with really fucked up corruption, I don't think so.
Not really. Not to that extent.
Okay, I'll put it this way. This does look familiar to you in a way, but in all the wrong fucking ways. In that you have definitely seen, fetuses in various state of development in jars. And this is like a late stage before they start developing organs and such. Like they're moving from one about to become humans.
I'm gonna...
Can I get them all in a line?
Oh no. I'm about to do something.
Give me a second. I'm asking a question. Can I get all three of them in a 5-foot wide line?
You could.
Alright. This is going to be... So lightning bolt is usually 8d6.
As you cast.
Subtle spell.
As you go to cast, you hear a voice. Oh, he wouldn't like it if you take away their pain. You really shouldn't. It's up above you.
If it was able to read my subtle spell, Deca is going to look up. And, grip both Kyle and Elliot's shoulders as he looks up.
I'll also look up.
Alright, let me get the token ready. Did I not upload said token?
I'm going to try to sleight of hand tap Kyle on the head. Hopefully she understands what that means.
Wow. Let me roll my d8 for how many hours is going, and I'll get Zamir too, because I think I can get 3 now.
You can get all of us, yeah.
Wow, that's a
So
That's
while
8 hours.
Moogle finds the token, nothing should have been able to read that I was about to cast a spell. Something very powerful is in here. And I heard it from above us.
Should we just let this go then? Feels like we're just wasting time.
I am reluctant to let it go, but if what Deckham says is true, we might be in for more than we bargained for. And we are on a time schedule. Thoughts, Zamar?
Do you think that such a powerful creature would try to hunt us down anyway?
I think it's relishing in her pain. As long as she's alive, I don't think we have something to worry about. But are we the people to gamble somebody else's life on us?
I don't think she has much of a
He
life
would
left.
definitely hunt you down. But not really. I don't know. He's really boring. By the way, mind giving me a hand? I've been hanging around here for way too long. As you look up and see hanging from a noose from a top of a beam, a rather odd elf.
At this point, I'm gonna again use the divine sense because something else clicks on all of Elliot's fears, especially because he read that old book. So I'll just ping it.
You sense so much fucking undead that you're like, holy shit, what the fuck? I mean, there is levels of undead in here, but the woman ahead of you is undead. There's those two things on the ground are undead, and definitely the woman hanging from the rafters by a noose is undead.
So the woman in the center about to be eaten by her own fetus monster children is also undead.
Yes.
And looking at the woman that's hanging on a noose, Elias is gonna, again, talking the mental part with the group. I suspect she hears our thoughts, and from the way she looks, I wouldn't be surprised if we've stumbled into the Hanging Gardens. But there's nothing alive here, it's just undeath.
It still
If
feels
we free you, would he not still hunt us down if he relishes in pain?
Oh, no, I did this to myself. It's always sometimes I don't watch them. It's fun. Come on, Deckham. Don't you enjoy pain? War machine?
Pain is inevitable.
Ah. So you are starting to understand her a little bit, huh?
Relief is a choice. Deckham whips out his shovel and slices the rope.
She drops to her legs like it's nothing. Kind of lets it or the noose kind of drop down as she kind of twirls it a little bit like a tie. Snap as she kind of puts her neck back into place from being jolted to the side. Well, aren't you an interesting group?
Deckham slaps her.
Roll me.
It's just unarmed. I'm really not trying to do any damage, but I don't even have an unarmed, so I'll just do a strength check. 6.
You hit her hard. She doesn't even back away from it, and she turns back up and just smiles at you. Oh. Come on now. I'm going to really enjoy it too much, but she kind of just like gives you these like, even though her eyes are this like weird, softly glowing, greenish, putrid yellow, the irises are, you know, completely molted over white. It's this very like, boy, oh, come on. I think Sammy would have enjoyed it so much more.
Well, there goes that. Elliot's turn.
You slapping or punch or what?
Giving her a straight uppercut. And you just add, would you mind... Oh wait, actually I forgot... Oh, this is probably metagame, but did she say this out loud or is she saying this in her mind?
Oh, out loud.
Okay, so Elliot is just going to say, enough games. Who are you? And what is this? As he gestures for what's about to be happening.
She gets knocked. I mean, she gets knocked on her arse, and there's like this jerky. You've seen undead the way they move. It's just kind of loose and unnatural as she kind of snaps herself back up and looks at you. This black, pussy-looking ooze kind of comes out of the corner of her mouth. I would think that someone with your faith would have a lot more politeness to them, Elliot.
Now I know you're a
But
problem.
introductions are important, aren't they? I don't know my real name. Not after every time I've died and come back. You died and come back and died and come back. Because he won't let me die. Not yet. But the name I remember written on the wall above my head in blood that might have been mine or someone else's was Morwen. Just like the name on a bullet for you. And for you, Kaya.
Then perhaps should help aid you in your death. And she's gonna stab her with the knife.
Make me a roll.
Yep. I'll steady aim it too.
The knife's
Wow.
not there.
What? Damn.
Oh. No, he wouldn't let that anywhere near me. No. Not that thing. Not anything. Besides, you think you can kill me? Her head tilts to the side unnaturally as you watch her body just... Has any of you ever been around druids?
Not Deckham.
No.
Elliot's only
No.
heard about them, but he's never actually seen one in action.
Most
You
of her
watch
crew.
as her body begins to break apart into bugs, beetles, worms, spiders. They just swarm out and up on a stone pillar in a sitting position where she's just got her, one knee over the other, holding it, smiling as it reforms. I mean, I can do things to you if you'd like. We can do all kinds of things. And you have plenty of time. Don't worry, you'll make it. If you can survive the rest of the travel, the rest of the trip.
You're free. If she gets what she wants, I'm leaving.
You sure you don't want to know about the others, Deckham? The ones you forgot about. The ones you abandoned. The ones you couldn't save. The ones trapped here for thousands of years because you couldn't stop it.
I'm gonna put my hand on the sword of the Black Templar. Hopefully there's a connection that I can establish with it. I'm just gonna mentally think, by St. Cuthberth, am I able to kill this creature, or is she, or her bluff is actually true?
Everyone's hair begins to stand on end as she starts saying that shit.
Yep, because, well,
even the little hair that Elliot has.
I was gonna say.
Elliot, you get this feeling of held back rage at what she is and what she represents. What about you, Elliot? You really sure you want to keep going? Even that sword says you should not hesitate. What do? You fail at your oath. Conquest, isn't it? Iron-fisted rulership. But you're a failure.
It looks like Declan begins to storm over to... can I
sorry.
say something real quick?
Sure.
It looks like Declan begins to storm over to her, but like the second he passes Elliot, he turns to him, grabs the amulet he gave him. What are you? Answer me, soldier!
Elliot simply says, with the sharp teeth, slightly visible, the blade of St. Cuthberth. And he's going to go in for the attack.
Continue to be a puppet, I'm leaving.
Well, the blade slams into her, goes right through the shoulder and the collar bone. And in the weirdest thing, she just kind of leads her head over it very lovingly. Like, it's a lover's arm. So much rage, so much anger. Is it because you failed? With Sammy, your own mother. Sister Laura, as she liked to be called. Think of the triumph it would have been to keep them alive and break them, but no, you killed them.
Pulls the blade out and walks away as he swings it to get the blood off of it. They've made their choice.
And you made yours not to uphold your oath.
Then perhaps it was not the oath that I needed to take.
Maybe not. She kind
But I
of steps
will-
down and moves towards you. But come on. Tell me. Which was more important to it? Which would have been better? To break them, especially Sammy. Another twisted little paladin of some oath. So devoted. But think about it. You could have broken her. Broken her will, her spirit, her ability to fight. Everything. Isn't that what your oath says?
Deckham casts a spell.
Yeah. Elliot's not going to resist because he trusts Deckham, but Elliot is going to chuckle a little bit as he sheathes the sword back, looks at this thing called Morwen in the eyes. Then you know nothing of why I took the oath.
I also want to mention that it doesn't go off.
Ooh, okay.
Do I use the spell slot?
You sense, you have a sense because you watch as she kind of just flicks her hand and there's just this little bit of magic that flips off of it. She counterspelled you.
Well, I rolled... Well, you know what? I can still go through with it because I rolled my wisdom. So yeah, he continues with the moving of the sword, places it back in. And he's just gonna... There is a bit of a...
You're here to waste our time.
Yeah, Elliot kind of looks at this thing called Morwen. There is a bit of a still suppressed rage, but it's there. And he says,
The two of us.
"Oh,
The two of us, see if we can to poke. Because we're easy. You didn't say anything about Zinma or Kyle. Because those two are more controlled than we are.
also,
I'm
Elliot's,
new to emotions. So you found the easy prey. I congratulate you.
I don't poke you because it's easy. In fact, it's quite hard.
but yeah, Elliot's just gonna."
Those two are easy as all heck. I mean, heck,
Is this thing working?
Elliot, it's even easier if I really want to go for things. Yes, Miser, your mic's working.
Okay, I was gonna say for Elliot, I was gonna add one thing. He's gonna say though is that, right? I have my reason for taking the oath of conquest, but it's not to break or conquer those that I deem evil, but to actually save them from their darker nature. So yes, I had failed on saving them, but it was their choice to slap the hand to save themselves. That is my conquest.
Well, at least you're resolved.
So why the two of us then?
Oh, trust me, Deckham, I could still continue to mess with you if I really wanted to. Tell you about this and that, about the scars in your faceplate.
As a big
Is that
war,
what you do?
they come with war.
Which war, Deckham? The one that you fought with your body? Or the one you fought with your soul? When you finally realized you had one? When that metal heart started going thump, thump, thump. Because you realized that you and everyone like you weren't little wind-up toys being used to fight a war that wasn't even yours.
It's what we were made to do. I did my job. And if I, in my past life, was anything like I am now, I did my damnedest to protect my subordinates.
Then why did you almost doom your entire beat race on Jordova? Why'd you let it go on so long? That only you and a handful of others survive.
Apparently, that's a question only you and the gods know.
You haven't asked.
She
And
hasn't
I haven't
talked to me.
decided to tell you. Oh, I know why she reached out to you. She reaches out to all those who are sentient, or becoming sentient.
Good. I'm glad I'm not special.
But you are. Whether you want to know it or not. She doesn't talk to all of yours. Think of your friend Desperado. To him, she's a myth. A legend. To you, she's a series of letters across the screen, is she not?
As everything is, you're the same. At this point, I'm sure you're just a malfunction.
I'm a curse.
Enjoy it.
I do, actually.
I can tell.
By the way, have you seen Aura? Or did he already die this time? No. Oh, did he? Did he really? I would love to go and find him again.
Then head your way to the tower. You should be there.
Ah. See, I gave him a lot of information. And he promised me something, but didn't pay on it.
Sounds like him. Funny thing is, you've been smiling this whole time, and he's the only one I've ever not been able to make smile. You gotta smirk once, and that's it.
I'm impressed. Granted, I got him to agree something really just probably messed with him entirely, but I do have to have my fun somewhere. Otherwise, she motions as you hear the sound of bone or flesh being torn and bones crunching. Yes, it's a very dreary little place, full of very strange rabbits, and decaying of places. And no, I didn't live here originally, but I moved in after it started falling apart.
To be its new Dark Lord.
No, I don't get to do that. You see, the one who created the domains, the one who profits from them, I guess I should say, not really the creator. Though I imagine he has a hand in it being what he can do. I was his wife. And he murdered me. And he cursed me. And he let me die. And be reborn. And die. And be reborn. And die. Do you know what it's like to be eaten by rats and bugs? Have them crawl in and crawl out. Let them play pinochle on your snout.
I'd rather not. But
After
if what
the
you say
seventh
is
time.
true, then we don't have much further business with you here, and we'll be heading on our way.
Careful, the hags up the road. But what about you, Kyle? You've been extra quiet since your knife disappeared. Don't you have questions for someone who might be able to answer them about your brother? Or would you rather forget that Hermes lived? Or Hermes died? Well, then maybe Hermes still lives. Or still dies.
He's just not gonna say anything and walk out of the cave. Or the hovel, rather.
Your brother's not quite dead yet.
Let me roll something. He just doesn't say anything and just keeps walking.
He turns to Zimar. There's so much I could say to you and so much that you wouldn't even understand, so I think I came on a little strong, don't you think?
I think he came on a little strong. I tried to live my life quietly. But, alas, has been very difficult in these lands. Though I have found a lot of things here that I am pleasantly surprised to have had. You were not one of them.
I don't take offense to that. Most people don't want to meet me. Because I'll tell them things they want to know, but they don't want to hear. You'll have to make a choice, Simar. I wonder which one you'll choose. Pain, suffering, anguish, loneliness, or death.
Kind of just scoff at her and kind of follow the path of Kyle, just ignore and don't really say very much.
Eat this container for 23 minutes and 45 seconds. You must not have eaten it in a century.
You actually giving something to Mormon?
Yep.
What is it?
It's one of the dinners Deca made.
Yeah, what is it?
Let's go with... Isn't like her, so spaghetti and meatballs.
Wow, that is worse. I hate you. Have some pasta, have some linguine and some marinara sauce and meat.
Yeah, you use it as a replacement for your lost intestines and insides. Or lack of...
Actually, Morwen's fully formed as far as you can tell, in like these weird scars. She's got bruises all over her body. On her right hand, she's got this like what looks like very aggressive thorny vine like wrapped around where it's like you see like it penetrating through the arm. She seems to be wearing kind of a mishmash of like different clothes and such, rags, patchwork leather. She's got a stocking held up on one leg that's got holes in it. She's clearly... I don't know if you've ever seen a reborn, but she's definitely a much more able undead. She's got the bruising and like that of a zombie, but not the decay.
Right. A vampire. Let's go with that.
Oh, she looks way worse than a vampire.
An unkept vampire. There we go.
I mean, all I can say is Deckham will always be Deckham.
As you hand it to her, she kind of... Do you mage hand it or actually hand it?
I hand it.
She very gently takes it. Like someone taking a very important gift. As she looks up into you. You can still save them.
And I will. As soon as I find them.
They're in the breach.
I'll be heading there soon.
It won't be hard. But you should hurry. The commissars are taking their questions as traitorous actions, and I think you know what that means. Kind of takes... Well, she packs up holding it, and she takes one on and puts up, the gun sign to the side of her head. Tell Kyle that not all is what it seems. But every time you kill the head of the snake, not all hydras grow them back. But not all hydras grow the right heads.
I'm sure you can find me if you need more food. Maybe
I
next time
actually
you'll be a
can.
bit nicer and you'll get something nice.
Like yourself once, Deckham. We serve purposes. Mine is to bear witness to everything.
And mine is to put a smile on even the most dour face.
He kind of steps back.
That's the one I chose for myself.
You're doing well, Elliot. Don't forget what you are. Who you are.
So long as I'm true to my purpose, that's all I need to be.
Oh, I guess maybe I might as well do that. Just remember, when it comes to knives, a falling knife has no handle or safe point.
Uh-oh.
What? Is he deaf?
Huh?
He said uh-oh and didn't say anything else.
Oh, that was it.
Oh.
And she's staring at Kyle's back. It was like, you all walk away. When you get to the rock, follow the lantern. If you don't follow the lights. And definitely don't camp at the rock.
Understood. You'll see us around. Watcher.
Deckham turns to leave.
You watch her flick her hand, and you recognize prestidigitation as the tin begins to smoke as she kind of walks over, pops it open, and just starts eating it with her hand as she's watching what's going on with the family.
Really unfortunate that I gave her something that looks like intestines.
I suppose if we were to go with jokes here to lighten the mood, I suppose the meatballs are supposed to be for her assets.
You know what? I'm proud of you that you tried.
Comedy is still a new feeling to me.
Feelings are new to me, so we're going to work on it together, friend.
And we go meet up with the other two.
And that's where we're going to call it, because I went an hour later than I was planning to, so... If anybody has any
Yes.
last minute things?
And you were worried we don't like RP sessions.
I am just... Oof, man. Typing. Fingers hurt a little bit. Clickety clacks. I got the silent keyboard, or else you'll be hearing the dun 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 dun.
Anything, Mariner?
No, I got none.
Jason?
I think we're good.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us for session 18 of Sea of Sorrows. I am your Dungeon Master, Goth Moogle. I do commission artwork. If you would like a beautiful reborn nightmare like Morrowind for your games, hit me up. Or some amazing cat goat. Granted, you'd have to come up with your own OC, but I do art. And our next game will be Sunday, I think,
Yes.
unless we're recording that other one. But anyway, I'm going to send it over to Miser.
Hello everyone. This is Miser. So, I play as Elliot, who learning about emotions or trying to deal with the fact that he suppressed a lot of emotions for a very, very long time. Anyway, I am the DM for Into the Wildlands on Sundays. However, since I believe half of the party will be missing on Sunday, I will be running a very short flashback. So it'll be session 66.5 for one of my other players who will be missing for a bit. But we will also continue for Sunday. So it'll be a double session on my end. That being said, for next Monday, I hand it over to the DM for Drake's Salvation, Jeebus Enigmas.
I play Deckham, who is also realizing that emotions exist in a very opposite way from Elliot. I DM every other Monday, so if you see Sea of Sorrows, you know that I am next week. My intrepid band of chucklefucks are trying to figure out how civil wars work. Had a hard learning curve right at the beginning, but I believe they're going to have a lot more of assets next time because I'm putting a lot of work into the next couple of sessions. I know. Yeah, So I do Seekus on Twitter, sometimes Twitch, very rarely, and YouTube. And I will throw it over to my DM after me on the Tuesdays that I DM Mariner.
I have a Crude Space Mariner on Twitch, DM Mariner on Twitter. I'm actually going on vacation for about a week, so I won't be showing up in any games for a little bit. I'll just kind of be relaxing and doing some other stuff. I may float around just to listen, but probably won't be playing or anything. So we'll kind of see how that goes, and yeah, I'll get what is it? One in the chamber in about a decent while. So yeah, I'll throw it over to Jason if he has anything to plug.
Oh, I'm Jason, Sir Free For All, pretty much everywhere. I play a lot of various different games, and this is the only D&D campaign that I am in currently, and I'm having a great time, and it's fun. Yeah, I don't know whose it is, but it just goes in the air.
That's it.
There.
I'll just
That's
add.
it. It goes back to me.
Oh, I was gonna add
Go
one
ahead,
last thing.
Miser.
Yes, so I did forget to mention. So there will, as I mentioned, the session 66.5. It will be on Thursday. Now I hand it back over to Moogle to finish the outro.
Yeah. So, I'm gonna need to go decompress after this session because playing my sick, twisted characters is taxing as shit, and I hope everybody had fun and everybody enjoyed me being weird as fuck. So, thanks and good night.
Have a good night, everyone.